Home of Agriculture for the Americas. On occasion of the event, One Health in the Americas, the importance of interinstitutional collaboration in the hemisphere and its rural communities. We would like to greet Dr. Manuel Lotero, Director General of ICA, and Dr. Jose Ordaz, head manager of the Food Safety Program, the national and international authorities that are with us in person and virtually. We would like to remind you that there is simultaneous interpretation available, channel English and channel 1, English on channel 1, 2 Spanish, 3 Portuguese. Greetings to everyone. We will hear the opening remarks of Dr. Manuel Lotero, Director General of ICA, who will be sharing a video with us. I am Manuel Lotero, Director General of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture. I would like to greet the representatives of the sectors of environment, public health, animal health, food safety of the different countries and integration schemes of the America, and the representatives of the academia, research centers, and productive sectors. Special greetings to all those stakeholders interested in matters of One Health of the public and private sector of the Americas and ICA officers connected virtually to this event today. Additionally, I would like to thank the U.S. Department of Agriculture for its participation in organizing and co-financing this meeting. The One Health approach expresses the spirit of cooperation and coordination at an institutional level, which at the beginning was seen basically between human medicine and veterinary medicine to fight against zoonosis ever since the end of the 20th century, and then expanded thanks to the cooperation of the environment sector. In the Americas, this partnership is very broad, given the range of international organizations of a regional and sub-regional nature, and regional organizations for phytosanitary protection and animal health that are currently active. The implementation of the One Health approach implies active coordination, regional coordination, in fact, that brings together at least the environment sectors, as well as agriculture, animal health, and food safety, and public health, as well as the private sectors of agricultural production and its value chains, academia, and public and private actors in all territories, among others. ICA went to the UN Summit on Food Systems in 2021 and in COP27 in 2022 with a regional position, a unified position to put into practice the One Health approach and expand it extensively to the environment, highlighting soil health, the water, air, and also bringing in plant health. With these proposals, in fact, are included in the definition that the panel of experts of One Health published in December 2022, and the call to action of the quadripartite partnership FAO and UNEP in March 2023. Due to all of this, ICA, with the support of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, is calling for this dialogue to focus on sharing experiences and thoughts on the implementation of this concept of One Health, paying more attention to the rural territories of the hemisphere. The objective is to foster a global view for the operationalization of the One Health approach as a strategy to enable synergies among actors of the agri-food systems in order to improve health, production, sustainability, and quality of food, considering rural communities of the Americas as the beneficiaries of this joint effort. We will work very hard to highlight the importance of interinstitutional collaboration throughout the hemisphere, but also in rural communities. And we will focus on the challenges and seek how to better address these. but particularly we'll try to learn and gather lessons on the successful experiences as a starting point for its practical implementation. ICA, with more than 80 years of technical cooperation in the Americas, has experience in cooperation and interinstitutional, intersectoral communication. Coordinate is not easy, as we all know, but it's absolutely necessary, particularly at the structural level, to operationalize the concept of One Health. The experience of each and every one of us will be of great use. That is why we hope this meeting can contribute to have a space to share and think about, focusing on action, the well-being of rurality in our continent. Thank you very much. Warm greetings. We will now hear the words of Mr. Jose Ordaz, program of the Hemispheric AHFS program. Thank you. Good morning. Once again, my name is Jose Ordaz. I am manager of the Hemispheric Program on Agricultural Health, Food Safety, and Food Quality Program at ICA, representing Manuel Lutero, Director General of ICA, Federico Real, Director of Technical Cooperation, and under the leadership of ICA, we would like to warmly welcome you to this first interdisciplinary event of One Health at ICA. One Health in the Americas, the importance of interinstitutional collaboration in the hemisphere and its rural communities. Today here we have a good part of the audience and panelists that will be joining us virtually through our Zoom link and the YouTube, Facebook channels of ICA throughout the hemisphere. We thank you all for your participation. Those present here in the meeting room, panelists and participants, I hope you have had a good trip down here to Costa Rica and that coordination and lodging be agreeable. For the first time at ICA, we have speakers and participants from the 4 disciplines identified under the One Health approach: animal health, plant health, public health, and environment. We are all in one same forum. Many profiles, many countries from the hemisphere that are with us today with one single objective, and that is how to implement or operationalize the One Health approach in the Americas. The objective of One Health is how to ensure that the different sectors and disciplines that one way or another work independently to counteract the threats we face today in health and environment. From now on, we should be working jointly to address these new challenges that clearly were brought about by COVID-19. In this forum, we seek to highlight the One Health vision in agriculture and in rural communities, but knowing that this subject matter applies to all communities on our planet. Over the next 2 days, we will hear perspectives and experiences of experts in the different disciplines that are part of One Health, from the global to the hemispheric and to the regional view, landing then on specific examples of experiences the countries of the Americas have had as to the practical implementation of the One Health approach, focusing on the rural perspective. Then we will continue our trip to learn in greater depth about these plans and strategies of international organizations related to this subject matter. And through a series of exercises, we will learn more about these challenges that operationalization may bring about in the future. And lastly, I would like to acknowledge the cooperation of the U.S. Department of Agriculture of financing this outstanding event and helping us formulate questions for the panelists and the table exercise sessions. With this, we officially inaugurate the event and we start our activities for the day. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. We will now offer the floor to Mr. Jose Urdas, whom as of this time will be the moderator for this event. Thank you. Thank you. Back again. Okay. For those that are in the meeting room, I would like to call upon our first panelist for this session, Manuel Sanchez. Go ahead, from the Pan American Health Organization, World Health Organization, PAHO WHO. Let us welcome Manuel. Then we go with Katia Martinez, representing the World Organization of Animal Health, WOA. Then we will continue with Ivan Fabricio Caraval Diaz, representing the Food and Agriculture Organization. Oh, the United Nations Environment Program, excuse me. And the last speaker, Natalia Sedin, and the high-level group of experts, OLEP. Virtually, we have Amadou Dinda from the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO. An applause. And lastly, last and not least, Diego Quiroga from the Plant Health Commission of the Southern Cone, COSABE. Okay, let us start this panel. We will give each panelist 1 or 2 minutes for them to introduce themselves, their name, the institution they represent, which I already mentioned, their position, and their focus on One Health, what they have worked on in the area of One Health. Let us start with Natalia. Go ahead. Good morning, can you hear me? Okay, my name is Natalia Tedel. I am a veterinarian doctor, Colombian, a specialist in health. I worked on my PhD in prioritizing public health, zoonosis, excuse me, and obviously illnesses of public health importance. I have worked on the One Health approach ever since I was doing my PhD. I studied in Italy with one of the leaders of the SAPUBERNet, an international network formed between Europe and Latin America. And that helps foster this approach ever since 2005. Lately, in the last 15 years, I have participated in multidisciplinary groups and intercultural groups, implementing not implementing, but doing advocacy for the One Health approach in different spaces. But ever since 2021, I have been part of this panel of experts of One Health with the quadripartite alliance, and the commitment now is greater, not only through advocacy, but generating scientific evidence for decision-making purposes in the area of One Health. I am very grateful, and I celebrate that we are sharing here, listening in great detail as to how to make this approach a reality. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. We continue with Katia. Go ahead. Hello, good morning. I would like to thank ICA for the invitation to participate in this activity. I am Katia Martinez. I am currently sub-regional representative at WOA for Latin America and the Caribbean. I am a veterinarian doctor from Panama. My experience is more linked to the work we have been doing jointly with, as a veterinary in the National Veterinary Service, in the area of One Health, particularly for antimicrobial resistance of illnesses and diseases of interest. We have been working a lot at the organization ever since the tripartite meeting with an interagency meeting with all international agencies from the region, be these OIRSA, CBP, CARIBAT, CARICOM, and we have integrated these in monthly and quarterly meetings where we exchange the different actions to undertake for the different needs in the countries, and thus we can coordinate joint work and effort. Additionally, within the organization, we have been working on projects, specific projects, both for resistance as well as in some integration within the region, and linked directly to one or another of the matters of One Health, because we have been talking about antimicrobial resistance, working with PAHO, with rabies, and we have been trying to integrate this to ensure a unified work through the different organizations so that we can go down one same track as we can see here. Thank you. Thank you, Katya. Now with Madhur virtually. Go ahead, Madhur, from the FAO.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, or good morning. It's afternoon here. I'm connected from Rome, and my name is Madhur. So I work in the Food and Agriculture Organization, and I'm a veterinarian and an epidemiologist. I did my PhD in highly pathogenic avian influenza, the spatial epidemiology, and how risk modeling informs policy decisions. I have worked in various capacities in the government of India and then with FAO in Asia, Africa, implementing a lot of One Health capacity development programs. And currently, I am the head of the emergency prevention system of FAO, which is FAO's flagship program to prevent and contain threats to agri-food systems. Those threats that have impacts on food security, on livelihoods, and even global health. I am also the co-lead of FAO's One Health program, which is, I will talk about that later, and we work with all our partners, quadripartite partners, and even beyond. Very happy to be here and discuss learnings, lessons, and learn from all of you.
Thank you, Madhur. Appreciate it. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Well, let us continue now in the meeting room with Ivan. Go ahead, Ivan. Well, thank you very much. I came in. I would like to thank the Institute NICA for this event. My name is Fabricio Carnaval. Ivan. I know my name is kind of confusing, but I am a human doctor. I have a master's in public health. I currently work with the UN Environment Program as a focal point for matters of One Health. And before that, I worked with World Health Organization for research on zoonosis, COVID-19. I did my master's in public health, and I have collaborated in Peru with One Health also. And currently, what we have been doing is precisely trying to mainstream, implement the mainstream, the matters related to all these processes of One Health. As I said, as was said earlier in the opening remarks, this started basically focused on zoonosis and perhaps later an antimicrobial resistance, but it goes much beyond that. And I was talking to Jose about this, and I am so glad that this event will open up the door so that we can talk about this in broader terms. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan. Let us continue with Manuel. Thank you, first of all, for the invitation to PAHO. I am here representing the veterinary animal health of PAHO, Manuel Sanchez, coordinator of the epidemiology area in Panaftosa. I am also a veterinarian specialized in epidemiology. And I would have to go over about 25 years of what I have been involved in One Health. I do remember at the beginning in Spain with wildlife and what surveillance can help us do and with wildlife. And then in a period in the UK where I was coordinating surveillance programs at a national level and swine diseases and salmonella specifically. And 10 years ago, I joined Pajo Panaftosa. And in epidemiology, I have been participating in different programs, control, surveillance, zoonosis prevention, particularly over this last year. I have been very much responded to the influence of avian influenza, not only at the animal component, but also in the human and animal interface, which is fundamental in this context of influenza, and open to the governance mechanisms also in the different countries and the legislative frameworks to work on One Health. Thank you, Manuel. We will continue now with Diego virtually. Diego, go ahead. Thank you, Jose. Good morning from Buenos Aires, Argentina. I'm Diego Quiroga, National Plant Protection from SENASA at the National Agri-Food Organization in Argentina under the Secretariat of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. And I am also at this time chair of COSAVE, the Plant Health Committee of the Southern Cone, covering the 7 countries of Southern South America. And I am also the representative of Latin America and the Caribbean at the Bureau of the Phytosanitary Measures, the Phytosanitary Protection Organization. We are new, as Jose said, in this concept of One Health in as a subject matter. This is really not new at all, but in the concept of One Health it is, and this is related to the period of the COVID-19 pandemic. This started to trigger the analyses of how plant protection is part of this concept of One Health, and also has to do with the new definition worldwide of that concept. So we are newcomers. I am going to listen and learn a lot, and I would try to convey some of the experiences we have both at a national and regional as well as international level currently. I would like to thank ICA for the invitation, and I celebrate this event you have organized. Thank you very much, Diego. Personally, I am very interested in learning about plant health and the role this means within the concept of One Health and its approach. Thank you, Diego. Thank you all. Now let us start with a series of questions. My first question would be addressed to Madhur, Ivan, Manuel, and Katia, and we will go one by one. What is the vision of the One Health approach within your organization? We would like to offer the floor to Madhur. Go ahead.
Okay, I go first. So let me summarize in a few points. So One Health is highly prioritized in FAO, and it is one of the priority programs in FAO strategic framework, our 10-year strategic framework, 2022 to 2031. And our strategic framework really looks at transforming agri-food systems to be more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable for better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life. So within that, the One Health Priority Program of FAO brings an agri-food systems lens to the table, so aiming to achieve healthy agri-food systems, food systems that are producing healthy food and safe food through an integrated approach by strengthening early warning, by strengthening pest and disease management through biosecurity, strengthening emergency preparedness and response, uh, dealing with issues of antimicrobial use and antimicrobial resistance, and bringing the environmental lens into all the work that we do to promote healthy agri-food systems. So in doing this, we also promote the advancement of global health security and pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response, because we strengthen the capacity of animal health systems, plant health systems, forest health systems, aquaculture health systems, the land, the water, the soil in which all these production systems thrive. And that's how we not only improve productivity, but we also help in improving the resilience of agri-food systems. And of course, we don't do it alone. Within FAO, we work across 16 divisions. So we've got lots of divisions, plant division, forest, aquaculture, livestock, land, water, soil, biodiversity. So we work across 16 divisions, but we work across our 6 regional offices, our liaison offices, and we try to integrate all the work that we do. Beyond FAO, we work in partnership. So we work with our quadripartite in supporting countries to adapt and implement the One Health Joint Plan of Action. And we also help countries in seeking joint funding and financing mechanisms, such as some of the initiatives you might know, such as the Pandemic Fund, the AMR Multi-Partner Trust Fund, the Nature for Health Fund. So we help countries to leverage partnerships as well. So in a nutshell, that's the role of FAO in agri-food systems. Over.
Gracias. Thank you, Maduro. Appreciate it. Vamos a darle la palabra a Iván.
We offer the floor to Ivan now.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Yo creo que parte de lo que a mí también me gustaría
Part of what
destacar
I would like to
en UNEP es
highlight
cuál es el rol
regarding the
específico de este
role
tema dentro
of
de
UNEP
la dinámica, digamos, de
within
la
the
estrategia que
dynamics
nosotros le
and the
dimos.
strategy
El
of
enfoque
how
con la
we
salud
see the
como
One
tal
Health approach as
es
such,
tratar de llevar
is to
justamente
precisely
enfoque
to
sobre
carry
las
this
dimensiones
approach
de lo que mencioné al
and
inicio,
the
¿no? Muchos
dimensions mentioned at the
de los
beginning.
temas de una salud
A
sin
good
enfoque
part of the
global,
matters of One
la
Health
prevención
have
de pandemias,
focused on
la
the
prevención de
prevention
migración.
of
Y desde el punto más
pandemics
técnico
and
es tratar de
zoonotic
enfocar
diseases. UNEP is
o de
trying
enmarcar un
to
poco más
better
en qué
frame or
situaciones
focus
globales y
on the
sistémicas son lo
global
que nosotros llamamos
issues,
la
what we
triple
call
crisis
the
planetaria.
triple
Es que están
planet
sucediendo
crisis,
estas pandemias, es que
where
están
these pandemics
sucediendo
are
esta
happening,
transmisión,
where
los
there's the
spillovers.
transmission, the
Entonces,
spillovers.
el marco que les comentaba
So in the
es
framework
el
I
que nosotros
mentioned, which is the
llamamos
one that
triple
we
crisis
call the
planetaria,
triple
que
planet
incluye
crisis,
cambio climático,
including climate change,
contaminación,
pollution,
son áreas en las que
are
nosotros queremos
areas
comenzar
in
a
which we
fortalecer
want to
justamente el
begin
trabajo de
strengthening
vigilancia,
the
de
surveillance
seguimiento y de
work,
implementar
follow-up
acciones
work, and to
para poder
implement
prevenir
actions
desde el
to
ambiente este
prevent
tipo de
from the
enfermedades,
environment this type
transmisiones
of
y comenzar a
diseases
ampliar la
and
visión desde el
transmissions
punto de vista
and
de buena
expand the
salud
vision of One Health
a lo que decía, ¿no? Al inicio, que era
to
muy
what was
enfocado en
mentioned at the
enfermedades
beginning, very
zoonóticas
focused on
o
zoonotic
siempre
diseases
que habían
or
comentado.
antimicrobial resistance
Hemos
as
visto además
such.
como, por ejemplo,
We
algunos
have
de estos
also seen how
componentes como
some
la
of these
contaminación
components,
afectan
like
cada vez más y
pollution,
ya hay más
ever
estudios que
affect, and
comprueban
there
que
are
afectan
more
la salud no
studies that
solamente de los seres
show
humanos,
that
sino
this
también
affects not
de los
only human
animales, los
health, but that
ecosistemas
of
de
the
los
plants,
animales.
ecosystems, and animals.
Recientemente salieron, por ejemplo,
Recently,
estudios
there were studies
de calidad
published
del aire en
on
donde
air
pues
quality,
están
for
mencionando
example,
ya que
mentioning
en algunas ciudades
that
la
in some
calidad del
cities,
aire
air
puede tener
quality
un
could
impacto
have an
en la
impact
esperanza de vida de las
on the
personas
life
mucho mayor a la del
expectancy
tabaco, por ejemplo.
of
Entonces son
people,
áreas a las que debemos
affecting
atacar
it much
porque
more
esto
than
es
tobacco
cierto, ¿no? Es que
consumption.
tenemos que abordar porque de
So
cierta
these are
forma esto
matters we
también
have
va a
to address
afectar
because this will
a áreas
certainly
como las que
affect
mencionaba
areas
Maduro y
like the
también
ones
estoy seguro
Madud
que va a
mentioned, and I
mencionar
am
justo
sure
ahorita
that other
con
colleagues will
relación a
mention these
ganadería,
regarding
agricultura,
livestock, agriculture,
la salud como tal de los
health as
suelos, de
such,
las
of
aguas que
soils, of
utilizamos para
the water
producir.
we
Entonces,
use to
desde ese punto
produce.
de vista,
So in
el
that
PNUD
sense,
está bastante
UNEP
interesado en
is very
fortalecer esos
interested in
factores para poder
strengthening these
convivir
factors to
o tener un
coexist
ambiente
or
justamente
have
más saludable de
a
convivencia
healthier
los humanos para
environment
los seres humanos
for the coexistence of human beings with other, with animals and plants, etc., etc.
Excelente, muchas gracias, Iván.
Thank you,
Le damos la
excellent,
palabra
Ivan.
a
We
Manuel
now offer the
y
floor
luego a
to
Katia.
Manuel and then Katia.
Gracias, José.
Good morning, Jose.
Bueno, la visión
Well, the vision
de la OPS
of
con respecto a la
PAHO
salud,
regarding One Health,
por supuesto,
of
tiene una
course,
visión integradora,
is
holística, para
holistic
abordar,
and
bueno,
integral
principalmente
to
las amenazas de salud
address
pública,
the
en concreto
public health
zoonosis, ¿no? Involucrando
hazards
sector
and zoonosis
salud
affecting
animal,
public
medio
health,
ambiente,
animal health, the
el propio
environment,
reglamento
the
sanitario internacional,
international
la obligatoriamente
sanitary
de los países ya
regulation,
contempla, ¿no?
which is
Esta
mandatory
intersectorialidad.
from the
Pero creo que
countries,
hace un par de años
already
voy
foresees
a
this
hablar más de eso. La
intersectoriality. And
OPS
tomorrow I will talk about this in detail, but
regional para
PAHO
OMS.
is the regional organization for WHO, put out a policy of One Health.
Y ahí, primero,
And
internamente dentro de
first,
la organización,
internally within the organization,
promueve este
it
trabajo
fosters
interprogramático
this
a
interprogrammatic
través de las
work
diferentes
through the
áreas, ¿no?
different areas
que componen la OPS.
of PAHO.
Y tenemos ejemplos, por
And
ejemplo,
we
con
have
resistencia
examples with
antimicrobiana,
antimicrobial resistance,
enfermedades como fiebre amarilla,
diseases like
influenza aviar,
avian
tenemos que
influenza
trabajar
and yellow
con
fever. So we
diferentes,
have to
de
work
diferentes
through
sectores.
different sectors.
Hay 6 líneas
There are 6
estratégicas
strategic
que luego voy a
lines
presentar en
that
más
I
detalle
will
y con
present
eso
in greater detail
se
tomorrow,
marca
but that
la
serves
cooperación
to
técnica de la OPS con
frame the
respecto a One
technical
Salud,
cooperation
pero
of
que también trasciende las
PAHO
recomendaciones
and One Health
específicas
and
en los países
transcends the
para que
specific
trabajen de
activities
manera
in countries so
intersectorial.
that they can
Y
work
por supuesto,
intersectorially. And of course,
contempla, y como mencionaba
considers,
Maduro, el
as
trabajo con otras
Madud said,
instituciones
considers work with
regionales
other regional
que
institutions
sean relevantes
that are
para la
relevant
salud, más
for
allá del
One Health
cuartito,
beyond the
otras
apartheid
instituciones que estamos aquí en
quadripartite
ICA,
group,
desde
other
OSACA, trabajando
institutions
con OIDSA.
that are here at
Tenemos
ICA. We were working
también
last week
el
with
CCBP,
OIDSA, and we
World Health
have
Foundation. Hay varias instituciones de
CBP
región,
and
cada uno
OIDSA. There are
tenemos
several
un rol para trabajar
organizations in the
juntos.
region, and each one has a
Y
role
finalmente
here to
también
play.
dentro, bueno, de nuestra estrategia,
And as
quiero
part of our
mencionar
strategy, I
que
would like
tenemos
to
a
mention
Panaptos,
that
bueno,
we
que es
have
un centro
Panaptosa,
dedicado a
a
salud pública y
center focused
veterinaria.
on
Y por lo
veterinary
tanto,
public health.
para nosotros trabajar en
So
One
for us to
Salud,
work on One
trabajar de
Health,
manera
to work
intersectorial, está
intersectorially,
en el ADN
this is part of
del
the
centro, ¿no? Nosotros lo
center's
que venimos
DNA.
haciendo
This is something that we
por
have
años,
been
el
doing for
trabajo en
many years,
zoonosis, con
working
respecto a
in
los alimentos, con
zoonosis,
resistencia
food
antimicrobiana,
safety,
con el apoyo
antimicrobial
a la
resistance with
capacidad
the support,
laboratorial,
giving
todas
support
esas
to
serían
laboratory
mis primeras
capacity or
ideas.
capabilities. Those are my first ideas, I guess.
Manuel, adelante, Katia.
Thank you, Manuel. Katia, go ahead. Well, I guess we have very much the same structure and organization as Maduro for, well, this is a matter of great priority to have a joint effort among the different organizations and these tripartite and quadripartite alliances that have been focusing on the importance of One Health, not only within the organization, because in the organization we work with matters that have to do with animal welfare and health that sometimes we forget about it and health was not taken into account. However, now that we are looking for this multi-sectorial effort, we should all be involved and understand the relevance of why the system and the environment and animals and human beings are all involved in this activity. So we must give the appropriate relevance through the global strategies we have been working on. We're through working groups. We have been developing actions and specific frameworks, and we provide support to countries, as Madhur was mentioning, with these projects that have been created for antimicrobial resistance based on the needs we detect in some regions. MPTF is currently working on in one of the countries in our region, Peru, and they have made great progress in developing everything related to antimicrobial resistance in that country. right from the origin, which are the national regulations, all the way to the joint development of diagnostics, surveillance, communication, and everything that it implied in developing national strategies. So it seeks this multi-sectoriality, obviously integrating the private sector. We cannot leave them outside because they are users and they are workers that we will have to face when we come across new diseases or when we have to face the appearance of diseases in the countries of the region and throughout the world also. So what do we see? That we all use the same uh, 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 front and that we uh, with COVID, we know that there are limited resources. So the biggest effort is to carry out activities in coordination jointly. So uh, to help the different countries based on their specific needs. Some have made progress, others have made less progress, but we work on these, identifying these needs to address them appropriately.
Excelente, muchas gracias,
Thank you.
Katia.
Thank you very
Ahora
much, Katia.
continuamos con
Now
la
we will
segunda
continue with the
pregunta
second
que estaba
question,
dirigida a
and this
Diego y
goes
Natalia.
for Diego and Natalia.
Empezamos con Diego.
Let us start with Diego.
¿puedes
Diego,
indicar
could you
brevemente
tell us
cuáles son esos
briefly
desafíos que
about
se
the
tienen a nivel
challenges
hemisférico
that
regional
exist in
bajo
the
tu experiencia
hemisphere, in the
en el
region,
sector
in your
ambiental
experience in
para
plant health
operacionalizar
to
el concepto de una
operationalize the
salud
concept of
planetaria?
One Health in the Americas?
Sí, José, cómo no, gracias.
Yes, of course. Thank
Lo
you.
que nosotros venimos trabajando, como
What we
dijiste,
have been working on,
es
as I
bastante
said,
nuevo
is
la
quite
sanidad
new.
vegetal dentro del concepto de una salud,
Plant health and the
pero
concept
lo
of
que
One Health.
se ha venido discutiendo primero a
But what we
nivel
have been
regional,
discussing first at a
subregional,
regional
el
or
COSABE, como dijo
sub-regional
José,
level,
del Mercosur,
COSABE, these are the countries of the
tiene que ver
Southern Cone.
con
Remember,
la
our discussion
conexión,
has
la
to do with the
concatenación de
connection
plantas sanas, cultivos sanos, alimentos
healthy
sanos,
plants,
alimentos sanos,
and
cuidado del
healthy animals,
ambiente,
healthy food,
esa es la
caring
mejor
for the environment.
manera de
That is
llegar
the
al
best
objetivo máximo
way
que es
to reach the
la salud
maximum
humana.
goal of
Entonces,
human health.
vemos que hay una vinculación
So we believe
dada
there is a
por salud
strong
en el
link
ambiente,
in the
producción
environment
agrícola,
with
la
agricultural
sanidad de esa producción
production
agrícola y
and the
ganadera, y
health
los
of
alimentos
that
sanos que,
livestock
que
to ensure
soporten la vida
healthy food
humana
that can
también.
support human health in the end.
Una palabra que han mencionado y que nos
One
parece que es
word
clave
that
es
has
la
been mentioned,
prevención.
we believe is
En eso
fundamental, that
trabajamos
is
todas nuestras
prevention.
organizaciones,
All our
el plan de
organizations
acción que
work on that.
tenemos
That is our
siempre es
major
difícil.
objective.
La
It is
pandemia del COVID
always
vino a
difficult.
demostrar
The
todo
COVID
eso,
pandemic came to show
demostró
us, we believe,
la
precisely
necesidad
that
de
the
fortalecer
need
todos los
to strengthen
procesos que llevan a la
all
prevención
processes
de
that
las
lead to
enfermedades, en el caso nuestro,
prevent
las enfermedades y las
diseases,
plagas vegetales,
and in our
que
case,
siempre es lo más
particularly
complejo,
plant
la prevención, porque
diseases,
normalmente estamos acostumbrados a
where
que
prevention
hasta que
is
no
much
vemos
more
los
complex
efectos
because we
de
are
un
used to
problema, de una enfermedad,
saying that not until we
en
see
nuestro
the
caso en las
effects of a
plantas,
disease in plants, for
recién ahí nos
example,
damos
not
cuenta
until
de la
then do
importancia de
we
paliar
realize
esa
the
enfermedad.
importance of this
Pero la
pest or this
prevención
disease.
para nosotros,
But
para nuestros
prevention for
organismos
us, for our regulatory
nacional,
agencies,
regional y
both
mundial,
nationally,
es una de las
regionally, and
claves que
globally,
tenemos
is a
que
key, and we have
desarrollarnos aún
to
más.
strengthen
También
our efforts there.
todo lo que tiene que ver, y lo han mencionado, con la
Everything
coordinación,
that has to do
colaboración,
with collaboration, coordination,
entre organizaciones, entre
communication
países,
among
entre
organizations,
regiones
among
a nivel
countries,
mundial.
among
Nosotros
regions, and
también,
worldwide.
como tenemos el COSABE en la
Since we
región
have
sur,
COSAVE in the
mencionaron
southern region,
el OIRSA,
we
que es la
heard
Organización también de Sanidad que
OIRSA
incluye la sanidad
mentioned,
vegetal
which
para
includes plant health
Centroamérica,
for
está
Central
LACAN
America. We have
para los países de la
Lacan
comunidad
for
andina,
the countries of the Andean community.
la
We
NAPO,
have
que es la
ANAPO,
Organización de Protección Vegetal de Norteamérica, y
a
todo eso
plant
está muy
production
ligado
agents
eh,
organization for North
con la
America, and all of
liderada
this
por
is
la
linked
de
to the
ICSI,
under the
que es el
coordination
Grupo
of
Interamericano de
ICA and
Investigación en Sanidad
JIXV.
Vegetal, y esos son ámbitos clave
And those
para
are
tratar
key
de
areas
manera
to address
coordinada
these matters in
y a través de la
coordination
colaboración.
and through
Finalmente,
collaboration. In
quería
ending,
resaltar que
I would like to
a
highlight
diferencia de la sanidad
that as
animal,
opposed to animal health,
la resistencia antimicrobiana
antimicrobial
no es un
resistance
problema
is not
importante en el área
a major program for in the area of plant health. But anyway, we are analyzing this, and the International Phytosanitary Protection Agreement has launched a survey on the use of antimicrobial products, bactericides, particularly in the plant health area. And the survey, which is currently underway, the results so far have shown that 75% of the countries that have responded do not use antimicrobials for agricultural productions, and those that do use it also at very small volumes. So that is not the focus of our concern at the level of plant health, as does occur in animal health. But precisely, this is the major challenge we have to lower the negative impact of pests in plant products through caring for the environment. That is the big challenge that in future questions we may elaborate on a bit more. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Diego. Ahora le damos la palabra a Natalia. Adelante.
Natalia?
Muchas gracias. Sí, asocio esa pregunta con una pregunta que siempre hacemos cuando hacemos
Thank you,
estudios
Natalia.
en
Uh,
talleres
I'm
o
going to ask a
o
question that we
medimos
tend
cuáles
to
son esas
ask
barreras
at
para
workshops.
implementarlo,
It
¿no?
has to do with
Entonces, hemos
barriers,
encontrado que
obstacles
hay
to
diferentes
its
espacios
implementation.
que son las condiciones para comenzar una iniciativa, una salud o un
So the
programa.
first
Y
is
hay unas barreras
the
de
initiative
conocimiento que no
of
solamente
implementing
en
this type of
producciones de
program,
literatura, sino en las
and
que
this
las personas
encompasses not
comparten,
only
son que
bibliographic
hay
reviews
cierta
and what
voluntad
people have
política
said,
en
but
algunas instancias, digamos que
basically
la gente
there's a
dice,
lack of
de
political
pronto supera
will,
la falta de voluntad
and
porque dice, me quiero comprometer con este abordaje,
few
pero
want to
no hay los
commit to this
mecanismos
address. Perhaps
normativos y
on a
de
government level,
política para poder realmente
there is a
hacer
will,
efectivo el
but
abordaje.
it's hard
Entonces,
to
esas
operationalize.
condiciones
So
para comenzar tienen
that's
que
the
ver con
first
falta de
stumbling
financiación
block, one can
en los
say.
programas públicos
Funding,
para la salud,
also the
porque no
One
saben quién
Health
va a asumir el
programs.
costo de ese
Who is
programa,
going to
si
fund
es un
this
costo
program?
compartido
Is
entre
it a
los diferentes
shared cost
sectores,
among the
porque
different sectors?
esos espacios desde el punto de vista de
Because
presupuestos
from
no
a
están
budget
así en los
perspective,
países como de
the
compartir
countries haven't really
algunas
earmarked
actividades,
this.
quién
So
paga
we
por
need
eso.
to speak
Entonces,
about this.
no,
Who's going
no
to
hay marco
pay?
normativo
So there isn't a
y los que hay
regulatory
no son
framework covering
utilizados
that. And
históricamente,
if they
como pues
do
en
exist,
Colombia, por ejemplo,
historically,
existe una
they haven't been
comisión
accessed,
intersectorial de
as
salud
is the case
pública,
in
pero
Colombia,
no
that
se
they
ha
do have an
activado, por decirlo
intersectoral
así.
committee to fund these types of projects, but it
Y
has
de igual
never
forma
been
la otra
used,
condición para
basically
comenzar es
never activated.
la,
So just to start off,
digamos, la necesidad de aumentar la fuerza de trabajo y
there's
la abogacía,
a
como decía al
need
inicio,
to
como
raise
la
awareness,
en algunos sectores nos
a
han llamado
know-how,
necesidad de testing,
and we
que
can
no
say,
existe. Entonces,
advocacy
en
about this.
educación hay
So
en
I
torno a
think
este tema.
we need
Y hacia la
to
implementación o la
educate others about
operativalización
this
como tal,
topic,
hay
and
dos
that's key
grandes
to
problemas que se
making
han
this
mencionado ahora
operational.
mismo,
Now, two
que es
big
la
problems have been mentioned.
dificultad para hacer
The
vigilancia integrada,
difficulty for
el hecho
integrated
de que los sectores tengan
surveillance,
que compartir sus
that
datos, generar
sectors also have to
esos
share their own
canales de
data and
comunicación,
open up these
la
communication
reunión,
channels.
cómo se toman esas decisiones,
For
comparten
example,
esos
how are
datos
these decisions going to be
correctamente.
made? What
Y
data is going to be
también está
used?
el tema de que hay de todas formas
How do we share our data?
una inequidad
Also,
en la
the
representación de las
unequal
disciplinas.
balanced,
Lo había
an
contado
unequal balance that may
Iván
exist among the
y varios
different
aquí,
disciplines or
el
sectors.
sector
So how
ambiental
do
todavía no
we
está
maintain
tan
that
involucrado en el
equanimity,
concepto,
we can
entonces,
say?
y el tema
UNEP,
del
for
manejo
example,
de
environment
pesticidas que
hasn't
venía
been
hablando,
included
pues esa era
so
parte de
much in
una de las
this
debilidades que se
One Health
veían.
approach. So that's one of the
Y en esa
weaknesses that
tercera
was
categoría,
identified.
que es el
And the
monitoreo
third
asociado,
category,
la
oversight
barrera más
and
importante que se ha visto es como la
or
falta de
monitoring,
evidencia de
the
que
biggest
hay un valor agregado
aspect that
al
was
servicio
mentioned
de salud.
was
Es decir,
that
no hay
uh,
tantos
there
estudios
aren't that many studies
publicados que sirvan para
published
los tomadores de
that
decisiones
can help
y que
decision
convenzan de
makers
que esto les
or
puede ahorrar
convince them
dinero,
that
de
this
que
is a
esto
money
puede
saving
generar mejores
process, that
resultados.
this can lead to
Por
greater
eso, casi
results.
que todo lo que se ha hecho con el panel de
So
expertos en
what we've
estos 2
done with
años
the
fue el
IPPC
lanzamiento de la
was
definición
launching, or the experts
actualizada
panel
con los principios,
not the IPPC, but the experts panel, was creating case studies, success stories of best practices, generating how these success stories worked to convince others and to instill trust so that people will be convinced that this is the road to follow. But this isn't easy to address. Working in an intersectoral manner means using soft skills, means many hindrances that we haven't traditionally addressed. But I'm thinking also about the human aspect, creating trust, credibility among the different stakeholders. That takes time. And these are the aspects that we've identified kind of on the surface. But I want to mention that social inequity is something we have to not minimize. For example, we can't just accept that something is a given because there are rural areas, for example, that are missing drinking water, that they don't have access to basic environmental structures, toilets, for example. So that's something that we have to resolve. Everyone is at in an unequal level, we can say, and we have to see what the baseline is going to be. So, and consider access when we speak about One Health. So, this is something that we deem as something that can't be just a formula that we apply to every country without taking into account their specific context. Okay, Natalia. So that's an important point to consider. So we're going to speak with Manuel first. What are your thoughts about what Natalia said? Well, I just want to add to what Natalia said, that we definitely need to look at our base structures. But countries are putting this into operation. There are intersectoral foundations that exist, but it depends on well, we can say the will of the different agencies, the government, and as you said, Natalia, we're also at a lack of good models to imitate. But we need to formulate the right questions. When we sit at an intersectoral panel, we are going to always face hindrances. But based on our objectives, we have to be able to discuss this topic. It's different if we address zoonosis, for example, versus biodiversity and conservation. So perhaps we're going to be the same stakeholders, but some are going to be more relevant than others, depending on the topic. Given my experience working with intersectoral panels in different countries, what I think we need is a good, we can say, guide or almost a script that we need to follow. So, for example, if we work with public health and public health is sitting with WOA, perhaps one will not understand what the scope of WOA is with the specific topic. So I think that our role within the organizations is developing these joint scripts that don't exist. Katia, and then Ivan, and then Madur at the end. Okay, I agree with Manuel. Coordinating tasks is very difficult, as he mentioned. There are topics where one of the representatives may have more experience in. For example, we're very experienced with rabies. For example, PEJO has led the way for years through different mechanisms in this field. So regional work with rabies, for example. So we know that they are the experts in this topic, and they're the ones that are going to lead the way in this regard. So we would have to go on board with them, for example, and leverage that know-how and develop our recommendations. So perhaps look at what's missing, what is needed for the countries to be able to address rabies as an identified problem, and that joint efforts can be made to develop this One Health approach or minimize the number of cases. So this is the mechanism I think we have to follow or identify. It's, yes, a challenge, but we know that there are always challenges. Remember, we all know each other. We attend the same meetings in the region. So let's take advantage of that. Manuel, for example, was at a meeting just recently, an Orisa meeting, and it's just about continuing to address how and who's going to work on this, just continue to communicate. And Manuel mentioned this common script that isn't written yet. Perhaps we can leverage on the friends that we have, the people we know, and be able to address these needs. And Natalia did mention identifying in each country what the specific need is there. So I think the effort should be based on good communication to reach out to the countries and then strengthen the work of One Health. Thank you. Katia, Ivan. What our colleagues have mentioned is truly valid. We need to complement the work that we've done on a regional level and avoid overlaps. And not have a different agency do the same process as another agency, and that way maximize our efficiency. But we have to address global challenges, I think, and then trickle that down to a regional level. Within the quadripartite framework, we still need a joint funding. We need a fund that can be accessed to be able to invest or finance strategies or implement activities, regional activities, country-level activities that will have a measurable, larger impact through time. And if we involve all organizations, not only the quadripartites, but organizations that are relevant to the activities to be implemented, the projects implemented in the countries. I think that's one of the biggest challenges we face with regard to the partnership funding, joint funding that can be accessed, that could generate broader, larger impact results. Excellent, Ivan. Madhur, in your presentation, you also spoke about funding programs and plans, but Madhur, in your perspective and experience, what are these challenges? Then we will move on to solutions.
Yes, I think my colleagues have covered quite a few of the challenges. You know, some of them are global, some of them are more sort of hemispheric, you know, ranging from political to social. I think part of the problem is that, you know, there are different interests. Yeah, every sector has its own interest. You know, if I'm the CBO of a country, my goal is improving the livestock sector contribution to the GDP, and I need to produce more livestock, and that's my focus, and I want all my money going there instead of, you know, going into something else. We've covered the aspect of, you know, joint surveillance. You know, data is gold these days. You know, nobody wants to share data because it means, you know, there could be all kinds of barriers that could come when you share information. I think there's also different levels of maturity for cross-sectoral collaboration. And including, you know, there's a gap in the understanding on how to do it, because it's very easy to speak about it, but nobody knows how to do it. And there's no guide to follow. It was mentioned by one of our earlier panelists. And then the cost-benefit analysis. Where are the examples that One Health does produce a return on investment, or it benefits the whole of society, or even a few sections of the society? So I think these are big challenges, but in my experience, what I've seen is a huge lack of coordination. And this is coordination, not just at country level between the sectors, but there's also a huge lack of coordination between partners. FAO implements a lot of projects at country level. And we go there and we find out that another partner is implementing something almost the same. And a third partner is implementing something almost the same. And, if we can synergize these efforts, we could produce a greater impact. So I think there's a coordination needed at the level of planning. And I think multilateral agencies, they need to really take a step back, and even the regional economic commissions and the communities, OIRSA, ICA, they need to sit and really think about what their priorities are and how these kind of investments can be coordinated. So I think those are some of the big challenges that we face. And another problem is that One Health has been always driven from the zoonotic diseases and AMR point of view, and often involving animal health or environmental health is just a means to achieve human health, rather than prioritizing those sectors for their health, which would ensure their buy-in and their engagement in these activities. So that's something that I've seen a lot.
Excellent. Thank you. Gracias, Maduro.
Thank you, Madhur.
Por los comentarios.
Thank you for those comments.
Y antes de
So let's
esa
continue.
entrada o comenzar la sección de
Before beginning
soluciones,
the
tengo
section on
unas preguntas
solutions,
más específicas
I
ahora
have
para los
specific
panelistas.
questions for
Esta
our
va dirigida
panelists.
a
And
Natalia
this
y a
one
Maduro.
is for Madhur and Natalia.
¿Cómo se debería abordar la operacionalización
How
en un
should
país?
we
Estamos hablando
address
a
the
nivel
topic of
nacional.
operationalizing this in a country? What national organizations, what sectors do you think should be involved and play a leading role in this practical implementation of the concept? Natalia?
Sí, esta pregunta pues nos ha tenido ocupados.
Well, this is, we could say, the golden question, $1 million question. For years, we've addressed this. We know that there's a top-down approach that we're doing this, working from the ministry level, kind of what we're doing here, get commitment from the government, that the countries sign agreements on a regional level, and then just develop policies based on that. Regional policies and then country level policies. Of course, governmental agencies, ministries would come into play here, NGOs. But we've seen that in Colombia, after the armed conflict, where there was so much need to establish communication mechanisms and, well, rebuild a country, we've understood the bottom-up approach more, how communities, territories can organize themselves and make important decisions, how they can build their own assemblies or little parliaments and maybe make organized decisions. So you can't lose sight of this group of these grassroots organizations and international NGOs as well, and Oxfam support organizations, the Red Cross, and other organizations. The importance of schools, the educational sector in cascading information, how they play a role in mobilizing interest of these social groups, of these communities. So I see both approaches important. The type of meeting we have now, a top-down approach, and but also from the bottom up, we can work as well. So it has to be a convergence of both. These stakeholders that are already empowered, that already, play a role of accountability, responsibility in their communities. And remember, rural women, we've seen the power they have in mobilizing resources, in becoming partners and creating opportunities, not only for their own family health, their nutritional health, which is very tied to women, but animal health, how they also play an important role in indigenous communities, for example, in preserving or conserving animal health and being able to be conservationists for biodiversity. And something that I think is important with regard to these best practices is, and this is a requirement I hope to speak about maybe later in the meeting, and I think we're creating or shedding light on this. We need gender equity to be considered, to be able to see, truly see this One Health approach on a day-to-day level in practice. Thank you. Madhur, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I think the operationalization, from the perspective of my organization, for us, the One Health program is very goal-oriented. We try to break down the problem into specific goals. For example, we've got 5 main focus areas. Enhancing country capacities for all hazards, early warning, and this is not just early warning to pests and diseases, but early warning to all kinds of hazards, because, risks are always cascading risks. One thing triggers something else. So looking at that area, enhancing biosecurity, from backyard to border, really looking at a bottom-up approach all along the value chain. Incentives need to be identified to strengthen biosecurity, market access, for all levels of producers, because resilience starts from producer level upwards. Emergency preparedness and response, and bringing in, the environment sector into everything we do. One of the things that we did to operationalize One Health, working with the quadripartite, was the One Health intelligence scoping study. So we looked, because there's data sitting in all different organizations. FAO has data, UNEP has mountains of data, WHO has data, but how do you bring it together to address the priorities of the global, public, the wider community for, early warning, risk assessment, forecasting? Could we have predicted COVID-19 if we had systems that were interoperable? So we're looking at use cases. The approach that we take is more of a use case approach, striving for, a goal-oriented approach. So at country level, what we try to do is we identify goals, and then we work with countries on what is needed to achieve those goals. So which sectors need to be involved? Yeah. Instead of starting with the process, you start with the goals. And then the government needs to, champion and seed these priorities to attract greater investments. Of course, the One Health Joint Plan of Action, which has been launched by the quadripartite, it's got its 3 pathways of change: policy, legislation, advocacy, and financing. That's the first pathway. Organizational development, implementation, and sectoral integration, the second pathway of change. And the third pathway of change is data, evidence, and knowledge. So how we work across these pathways of change at country level. And this is something we've just started. We worked on One Health investment plan in a few countries, just 2 countries. It's a pilot that we've done. And what we've tried to do is we held a workshop, and a set of priority One Health investment cases were drawn up, based on all the earlier work that was done. And we invited more than 15, 20 sectors in each country. And the participants then discussed and prioritized and developed a series of 6 investment cases, including, and those investment cases ranged from, integrated surveillance to having food safety, or One Health training and capacity development, laboratory and infrastructure, even things like, technology and innovation, and the research and data needed for One Health. And then discussions took place on how to adapt and leverage these priorities against real investment opportunities. And the role of the government was emphasized in terms of championing and self-investing first, because when governments invest, then they attract broader domestic, private sector, and international investments to strengthen the One Health approach. So this is something we've just started. We've also started doing, having an approach on return on investments, because the cost benefit of One Health needs to be measured. So we're developing a return on investment tool. The quadripartite will also be launching a guide to implementing the One Health JPA, because somebody spoke earlier about, how do we guide countries to do this? And then we've developed a One Health monitoring tool, which specifically looks at, whether the countries have the necessary governance and the regulatory frameworks to really operationalize One Health. So these are just some of the examples I've given. But I think, in a sense, for country level, it is good to start small, starting with a few use cases which are of benefit to multiple sectors, and then slowly build upon that, rather than trying to do everything all at once. Over.
Muchas gracias, Madhur. Vamos a continuar en el tiempo.
Thank you, Madhur. This conversation is truly interesting, and yet we face time constraints. But we have one more question. Feel comfortable to add your own comments, panelists. Don't worry. Okay, and thank you. This question, this is for Diego, Manuel, and Katia, since Madhur and Natalia already answered. So, in your opinion, how should we operationalize One Health to make this more permanent or stable in time or through time? So, should these be mandatory policies to be implemented? Do you think that there should be general policies for different regions that countries can adapt to their own, or tropicalize, we can say, to their own contexts? Should organizations or international organizations be responsible for helping to develop or formulate these policies? What do you think? We're going to begin with Katia and then move on to Manuel and Diego. Sorry, Diego, you are the brave one. Go ahead. Okay, thank you, Jose. If you allow me, let me just repeat what Madhur said. She mentioned the importance of measurement, impact measurement. As she said very well, there's plenty of data, regional, international, national, in each area. It's there. We just have to try to converge this data and transform that into tangible information that will ultimately allow us to construct impact indicators, One Health impact indicators that will lead us. And I agree with that. I think it's a great challenge. So I just wanted to emphasize that before answering the question directly. Now, on an international and national level, we all have to define policies dealing with plant protection, for example, in my case. And this is a concrete commitment. We're committed to better laws, better policies that take into account plant protection and human health. So we need to, yes, monitor and be able to make sure that our policies are implemented well, and that it ultimately has a positive impact on public health, because they're the ones that have to, the Ministry of Health has to implement these policies or regulations that and make sure they all converge and are applicable. So I think that's key. And another institutional policy issue that has to be addressed both international and a national level has to do with implementing technology, new technology within this effort in the public and private sector. It has to it has to bring in the private sector, the public sector, that is agroecology, that FAO focuses much on. It much is based on this, how to produce in a more environmentally friendly manner, how to find strategies of lower impact on the environment. And we in animal health also have this focus for pest control using biopesticides or biological control agents, insects, to reduce the environmental footprint, we could say. So that's an important thing to mention. I also want to mention on an international level, phyto, sanitary, electronic or digital phytosanitary tools that we are slowly or gradually adding in different countries, and avoiding paper. There are many countries that are trading plant or that in the plant production sector and are paperless. So these are just new technological advances that are coming into play and that I think are part of this One Health focus that are improving the ultimate impact on public health. So that's my response. Oh, one more thing before I end. There's this lack of structure with regard to agricultural products, commodities that haven't been resolved yet. The requirements of the countries that are the purchasers of plants products that are requesting less the use of fewer pesticides or the use of or controlling pest entry into their countries, and at the same time want healthier products, but do not want pests to enter their country. So there's this lack of coordination in making food safer that is produced with fewer pesticides and prevention of pests from entering the purchasing countries. So that's something that we have to look at as well.
Thank you very much, Diego. Let us continue with Katia, and then we end with Manuel. Well, I believe that this has been very interesting. Having talked about global strategies that are currently operational, I believe that one of the most relevant approaches is to see how to involve the political side, as Natalia was mentioning a while ago. And these regional agreements are very interesting. For example, for those that do not know, for example, when there was African swine fever outbreak in the region, there were ministerial agreements to work on staff working in coordination. So that gave great support to GIFSTAF to coordinate between WOA and FAO to work with all the internet organizations, both on the economic side as well as the executing side in the countries to implement specific actions within the countries affected. And this is a very interesting structure that is worth exploring, and that I believe could be a way to give an important view on the work we want to do. Because if at a national level, this work partnership can be strengthened through a regional resolution, and that additionally this is communicated, because sometimes where we fail is in keeping all these regional strategies updated and informed so that everybody can know what is going on. Because, I mean, not only those that are here will have to take part of this. At a national level, we will also have to work as well as at a local level, as Natalia was saying. So each structure in the country will be very different, but the national approach has to focus on that political linkage. So a regional framework would be great, and communicate it to everyone, so that we can monitor all activities nationally. Katia, thank you. Manuel. I would like to go back to the previous question. I liked what Natalia said about community work and the the quadripartite guidelines that Madhur mentioned. We have been working with the countries because, as I said already, we have this tissue already. So we have to work with the tissue we already have. There are sanitary emergencies, COVID, and recently with animal health, basically the avian influenza. All of these contribute to creating that tissue. But aside from what you were mentioning, Natalia, those community initiatives, I do believe we need to have governance mechanisms also, because we need to ensure those strategies are sustainable. They need to have financing behind them. And we believe we should start with intersectorial working groups. This has to be permanent. It is not just to sit down in the case of an emergency. It has worked quite well in most countries. What we want this is to be long-lasting, and that they develop a work plan to move forward. I believe that is a very good way to operationalize. And after that, obviously, we have to work on legislative frameworks, but those laws need to take the foundation into account. Otherwise, this will be very far uh, from what the country really needs. So we have to start with intersectorial, the working groups, and then work on these regulatory frameworks. And now, in line with your question, Jose, yes, that is necessary. It is necessary to have a regulatory framework to avoid just having interaction among ministries by chance. No, this has to be something formed by the government. And if the government changes, we need that continuity in the region. And that will help us maintain these initiatives regardless of the government in force at the time. We cannot assure a budget, but we can have, if we have a structured policy, then it is easier to obtain the funding. And there's a project we are working on together with Natalia in several countries of the region, mapping the governance structure, the legislative frameworks we have. There is no one model, no such thing as one size fits all, no one model. We're talking about sharing data, as Madhur was mentioning. Perhaps a common intersectorial system may be complicated, but we really do not need that to share data. We need the mechanisms. The same with the legislative frameworks. I would love to have an organic law, framework law, way over and above all ministries to coordinate that work. Yeah, could be, but that would require a long time to be approved. But with the animal health law, the veterinary services law, the sanitary codes of the different countries, those are already operational to streamline the process. So we have to work with what we have, but we have to call for legislation. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to mobilize these programs. And the last point is that while I do believe in supporting the policy transfer, we agencies have a role to play there. This is working in this country, and this could be used in other cases. For example, contingency plans for avian influenza were copied from one country to the next. And there are framework policies that could very well be transferred among countries. Excellent, Manuel. Thank you very much. Okay, we are about to end the session. We have some 20 more minutes. I will offer the floor to each of the panelists so that they can briefly tell us perhaps one or two recommendations to ensure operationalization of One Health in countries of the Americas. Let us start with Yvonne. Go ahead. Thank you. Perhaps speaking specifically, one of the main recommendations precisely would be to start the exploratory work to see the different priorities of the different countries, because we cannot expect that will be frameworks of collaboration that may help, and that the countries can define the framework. So first, we need to prioritize to see where the resources will be invested and what for. And the other very important point, precisely to operationalize One Health at the country level and even at the regional level, is multi-sectorial cooperation. And this not only is included in the framework of the quadripartite, but we have mentioned that collaboration is necessary with other organizations, collaborating at a regional and national level. But we also have other stakeholders that need to be involved aside from the government. Katia was mentioning, for example, the private sector, which is fundamental. We also need to include civil society in all these processes that must be inclusive and consultative, so that when we come to the field, the results be as expected. And as Natalia was mentioning, the approaches and participation of the community, this also must include the communities, as I said. So the role of civil society and the multi-sectorial and cross-cutting element of planning for these initiatives, this is something that has to be present. And remembering that this must be something measurable and can that service of evidence for the future. Thank you. Natalia, you are next. Allow me to share. I do not want to repeat, but I would like to share some lessons learned from a workshop held in Panaftosa last year in 2022. There were several countries of the region participating, and they shared some cases of success. That was one of the points where I really learned very much. I have seen that we have many cases of One Health regarding veterinary public health to control zoonosis, AMR, excuse me, especially those areas. And I wanted to share a bit what we learned in that region. What did we learn from those experiences from the different countries? Well, first of all, that we could start with a program, not take all zoonosis at the same time or all public health. No, no. Working, for example, on the rabies program as a pilot, for example. That is one of the things that several countries have done, was starting from the smaller level and then use those lessons learned, see which worked, which did not, and then activate communication and intersectorial decision-making efforts. And the other thing is that oftentimes in countries already have exercises, and they have work done in antimicrobial resistance and food chains. Ever since ever since the market opening started, there was this alert this warning of risk analysis to bring in different actors to work towards a common goal, food safety. And we saw there were many countries that had already implemented communication channels between the public sector and the private sector and consumers that could serve as a foundation, a starting point to move this to other programs. But it was not called One Health. Historically, it was not called that way, but instead risk assessment, but does have the good practices of what One Health means. Communicating, the four C's: communication, collaboration, coordination, and capacity building that are part of the definition. So when we do not know if we are doing One Health, those four C's are very useful for me. Okay, there was communication? Yes, there was. Okay, what did that coordination end up in? Was someone trained or did someone win in this collaboration? How do we saw they won Is there better knowledge on something or laboratory techniques, or are they doing surveillance in given areas? So, okay, we say this was One Health, although that was not called that way at the time. And then we should also include all the stakeholders that are usually not included, as children, indigenous communities, communities that have the ability to help the initiatives be sustainable over time, but are not represented in the power dynamics that always exist. So we have to broaden our view and see which other stakeholders could be important to influence the good success of this effort. Thank you, Natalia. I will offer the floor to Diego now for him to share a couple of recommendations or possible solutions. Thank you, Jose. To summarize this, or try to summarize this in 3 major lines. Recommendation 1, what I mentioned before, which is quite innovative, this concept of One Health in sanitary protection, plant health, that is. We are losing the audio, excuse me.
Propuesta es que como regional como internacional cuando
One regional or international proposal when we address matters that have an impact on the One Health concept, we could include this matter on the agendas. We need to have multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary gatherings, meetings. It is fundamental. Public sector, but private, as has been mentioned several times this morning, and sharing experiences. This is very important also, because it translates into concrete cases, the best ways that we can move forward. And the last line, I also believe is important. When we think and work with new technologies, we should also include the One Health concept included. There are many plant health efforts that already include this, as they seek the least environmental impact, the least human impact, or the least health impact on human health. So we should encourage the search for new tools. But when I talk about new technologies, I also think of all the regulations we have, the procedures we have as regulatory agencies regionally and globally. So we should think of this as a new technology, really, the best ways to reach our goal within the concept of One Health. That would be my summary. Okay, thank you very much, Diego. Now we offer the floor to Madhur.
Thank you. I think I've got the most difficult task because everybody has already said everything before. I think I just want to summarize a few key things. The first thing is to identify key priorities, and that has already been said before. And then to identify who are your key stakeholders who will benefit from One Health, and of course, human health, animal health, plant health, environment health. They are the primary responsible people who implement One Health. But then, do they really benefit from One Health as well? So, in order to make sure that the benefits are equitable, that return on investment is really important, where it's an investment for the whole country, yeah. And in order to achieve that, there's a whole of society approach that is needed, which includes the academic and private sector as an engine for change. When you work with the private sector and there's sustainable development goals, I think at the back of it, you should also think of sustainable business goals. And, in countries where these two are interlinked, that's when businesses adapt and adopt practices that do not harm, but they yield One Health outcome. So that's the role of the government, to be the engine of change, to have these policies which can drive the change, and enable that business environment. And it can start even from smallholder level or to the mid-scale sector. So that is something that we need to build into our thinking, because often many of us sitting here are policymakers and we don't think in business terms. So partnering with the private sector to identify those opportunities is really important, whether it's biosecurity initiatives or phytosanitary initiatives, So yes, it's phytosanitary, but I'll give you a value addition for your product if it's environment friendly, if it's organic, if it's antimicrobial free, and you can build in all those things. I'm a very data person, so I would like to summarize that you need to operationalize One Health in the same way that you approach information systems. So it has to be federated. That means all actors own their work and keep the governance over it, but there's the coordination. And then you need, sort of maybe the frameworks for that coordination. And then it should be interoperable. So, there are no interoperable, but only when you need results from bringing people together. It's not that you must do this, but you do this because when you do it together and when you share information, you get better results for evidence making. So I think in a nutshell, start with key priorities, bring in the private sector, engage the communities, and the governments need to create that enabling environment and be a champion and seed these priorities to attract greater investments where One Health can be of benefit to everybody. Over.
Muchas gracias, Maduro. Continuamos. Le damos la palabra a Manuel.
Thank you very much, Madhur. We offer the floor to Manuel, and we end with Katia. Mine is even tougher than Madhur. Wow. And needless to think about poor Katia, who is next. But, well, I coincide with Madhur's comments about the priorities, definitely. And to this, I would like to add, among the priorities, pose the right question. Since we have people from animal health, plant health, public health, each one of us is going to come with a completely different question. Madhur was mentioning, okay, we need to clearly understand that everyone seeks a benefit. Sometimes that is not very clear. Sometimes that is just part of what we can each provide. We cannot really quantify. There are many things that have to do with the health areas we are talking about, animal health, public health, environment, et cetera, et cetera. I would favor basically defining how each one of us can contribute, and then at a second level, then see how we can benefit from this. Obviously, it will not be the same benefits for all. We must think of an equitable context. And at the country level, we can benefit. But it is very important to define the first question. And then based on that question, we can bring in the stakeholders, the most relevant stakeholders. I'm not going to repeat that because we have already heard which the stakeholders are: private enterprise, academia, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you, Manuel. Katia. Yes, I am the last one. Ooh. So aside from stressing the need to start identifying the countries according to their needs, and then see how we can prioritize and work on this, or the ideal thing would be that this initiative arise from within the countries, that the countries themselves contact us and say, okay, listen, we have made such and such progress, or we have no progress. We need to start. We don't know where to start. And so then with that, we help them integrate them or bring them on board. But it is important to take action. What is most important is for the countries to begin identifying this as a priority so that they can start getting together And perhaps the first three ministries identified here, environment, public health, and animal health, begin to, I don't know, with a working group and identify these types of priorities they have. Once this is identified, then we can intervene and then see how we can provide support and how we can take part to provide this support. And I do not want to repeat what others have already said. Thank you. Excellent, Katia. Thank you very much. Okay, with this, we end this first session of the morning regarding challenges and solutions at the global, hemispheric, and regional level. I have time for one or two questions from those in the meeting room. Do you have a microphone there? Thank you. Yes, it is always very interesting to listen about these matters because you are somewhat ethereal. But we should think of policies that do exist in the countries that are the Sustainable Development Goals. This has to do with the determining factors of health. And when we talk about those, well, that encompasses human health and public health and, animal health. Much of what we are talking about are structural problems within the countries themselves, the economic side. So to talk about health as a whole, Natalia mentioned this with the communities that are empowered, but this has to do with education, with income, with so many other things. So it is worth that at this forum we also talk about that. Thank you. Thank you. Any other comment or question from the meeting room? Diana? Well, yes, we are thinking about the same thing about the SDGs. Well, the SDGs, well, most countries are committed to this. They have set out their goals. They provide follow-up and include these in other collateral matters, but that lead to the enforcement of plant, animal, or human health objectives. These allow us to have this necessary interrelationship we have been talking about. I fully share what the previous speaker said. Roberto Navarro from Mexico was the previous speaker. Okay, we fully share what Roberto was saying. Precisely, I believe that is the space that we are all in. And there's a very interesting question as to the ministries of economy should be involved. Well, we should have high-level commissions involved, including heads of cabinet or president. So I do believe that we do have a space to move forward on this here. Thank you very much, Diana. Introduce yourself if you want to. Diana Shushu, president of Senasa Argentina. Okay, with this, well, we have a few virtual questions in the chat from Rosa Hernandez Rangel. Do you think prevention, health promotion in the agro workers in our countries, starting with interventions to obtain data that may lead to education programs for the population at risk? Yes, we have been talking about that throughout the morning. A question, what actions could be pushed by the quadripartite alliance to help government entities or ministries to formulate policies for the One Health approach? And a second question, have you considered to seek a supranational policy setting out general conditions for work to be done focused on One Health. We already talked about that, but I would like to offer the floor to Natalia for the quadripartite with the support of the ministries. Okay, we have Dr. Madud with us. I am not quadripartite, but we advise them. But I am glad that question was posed because I forgot to mention, in fact, that this coming October, there will be some guidelines launched to operationalize the Joint Global Plan of Action. I don't know if that was the right order, but anyway, the Joint Plan of Action will have some guidelines for the countries to work on this step by step. Who has to do what? And part of that exercise is one of the outputs we have with a resource with tools for One Health that have been developed by these four entities. I believe in October, November, countries will have much more information on how to bring to earth that joint plan of action, with the 6 lines of action and the 3 guidelines for change. We try to do this very concretely, very digestible, so that it is user-friendly. What I want to say also is that many countries want to do this. They want to take that first step or continue with their strengthening process. But the agendas of the public sector are so saturated already. So one thing I would like to highlight is how can a country have a group where we do not saturate officers even more because they're already doing so much and they see One Health as something that could help them, but they don't have the time to do it. There are the ways to generate other activities and what actors would be the most legitimate to serve as perhaps a secretariat for the implementation. So we can work with others to help build those plans and monitor the meetings. And I guess that is what I would like to ask the group, how that could be done. Because we will have the document of how to develop that joint plan of action, but in real life, people are already overloaded. So how can we add another task to that, which will represent a lot more work for more actors? Okay, yes, very good, Natalia. Excellent work for our group sessions, exercises this afternoon. So are there brief additional comments from any of the panelists? Well, then I will briefly summarize the words that jumped out here. In my opinion, we heard Ivan talking about the triple planet crisis. That was fascinating. We hear about including the private sector. Eventually, there will be limited funds. There is a difficulty for integrated surveillance, data sharing. This is not necessarily easy among parties. We also talked about social equality, where the same conditions do not apply to all, and we must bear that in mind. Natalia briefly mentioned basic health and sanitation, basic blocks that we need to have before we continue working at higher levels. Manuel mentioned having the adequate script, and Ivan mentioned joint funding. Natalia mentioned how to approach this top down, bottom up. How can we seek that communities and rural women have greater participation and under greater equality? Katia talked about regional agreements and the possible coordination structures for partnerships as GNStats, and then to not elaborate any further, how to have a better defined policy and ensure there's budget allocated for these are the key words that jumped out during the conversation this morning, and I want you to think about those this afternoon during the exercises so that within the countries we can see how we can operationalize this concept of One Health. With this, I would like to ask you to for a big applause for our panelists. Thank you all very much.
Listo.
Okay. Now, those of us that are in the meeting room, because those that are virtually will miss out on this, we will take a 10-minute break and we will be back at what time? At what time? 10:15 local time to begin the second session of the morning. This is a hybrid meeting. Thank you all very much.
Buenos días, permiso. Solo para indicarles que afuera hay algunos bocadillos en caso de que quieran pasar.
The conference will begin in 5 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 5 minutos. The conference will begin in 5 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 5 minutos. The conference will begin in 2 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 2 minutos. The conference will begin in 2 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 2 minutos. The conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento. The conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento.
¿Estamos todos? ¿Necesitamos más tiempo?
Okay, we're all in the room. We're back in the room from our break. Let us know if you need more time.
Bueno, tal vez empecemos, ¿no? Por
Okay, so we're going to
tema de tiempo.
begin, given the fact that we have to adhere to the agenda.
Sí, está todos con hambre.
I know people are hungry too.
Bueno, buenos días a todos. Siempre un gusto saludarles.
Good morning. It's always a great pleasure to say hello and welcome you to the home, the sustainable home of the Americas.
Y uno de los especialistas técnicos
I am Horst Friaka. I'm one of the technical experts of ICA for HFS
de los agroalimentos.
and food quality and food quality. And it's a great pleasure to begin our next round of discussion. So according to the agenda, we're going to address successful experiences regarding a One Health focus. Now, specifically, our objective for this first round is to share national experiences, successful ones, successful One Health experiences that will determine your factors of success and overcome challenges. So which experience helped you overcome challenges? And to attain this objective, we have an expert comprised of 7 experts from different institutions. And the goal is to explore the perspectives of 4 different countries, the Central American experience, and contributions from academia as well. I'm going to now introduce our distinguished experts. Now, to be able to share Argentina's experience, Diana Guillen, president of SENASA Argentina. Diana Guillen.
Como quieras. Para brindarnos la experiencia
Now, to share Colombia's experience, we will hear from Natalia Cediel, professor at the University of La Salle.
con respecto a la experiencia
Sharing the experience of the United States,
Heather Fowler,
Miss Heather Fowler from the National Pork Board.
para brindarnos la experiencia centroamericana.
The Central American experience will be shared by 2 colleagues from ICA, who are also experts from the AHS SAIA program,
Las señoras Alejandra Díaz y
Alejandra Diaz and Sasha Trellis.
nos acompañan virtualmente.
And virtually, we also have our experts joining us.
Nos acompaña virtualmente el señor Armando Hertz,
Armando
Ohio State University,
Hertz from Ohio State University,
perspectiva desde la academia.
who will share his perspective from academia.
Y no veo desde acá, pero tenía
And I
ahí.
can't see the person where I am now,
Y para
but let's see.
brindarnos, por fin, la experiencia
Okay,
canadiense,
the Canadian experience will be shared by Miss Kathy Furness
de la Canadian Food Inspection
from Canadian Food Inspection Agency.
Bueno, gracias a los panelistas, los que están físicamente con nosotros,
Thank you,
que
panelists,
nos acompañan
virtual
virtualmente.
and on-site. We appreciate your being here.
Nuestra idea sería explorar
So we would like to explore this topic by just asking guiding questions, and then perhaps just freeing up the exchange, allowing participants to ask their questions. So I'm going to try to summarize conclusions at the end. The idea is to end in an hour and 50 minutes. Yet, we're 20 minutes behind due to the coffee breaks. So should we try to catch up, or maybe someone can instruct me? Should we maybe stop this at an hour and 10 minutes, an hour, or just let me know as we go along? Okay, thank you. Since I'm the timekeeper. Okay, so any questions before we begin? There are no questions for now. Let's move on to the first round of questions. So first of all, we would like you to introduce yourselves before you begin answering. But let us know your specific tie to One Health and activities that have been undertaken at your institution regarding that. So the idea is to allow 2 minutes per participant. Okay, Ms. Guillen, pardon me. Good morning, everyone. I'm Diana Guillen. I'm a chair of the National of SENASA in the Republic of Argentina, and they're in charge of animal and food health and safety. So we have different types of experience, we can say, based on plant protection and animal health. Animal health is where we've had more expertise in dealing with foot and mouth disease. And it's comprised of between the public and private sector with regard to how we address this. And I can speak about that response and One Health. And then SENASA also applies the maximum MRLs for chemicals and bioprepared items. And we also have our CREA plan, which is a monitoring and oversight plan for food contaminants. And for plant protection, there are many actions that we can conceptualize as a One Health focus, with a One Health focus, yet the way we address them are as silos and separate, in a separate lines. So maybe we can discuss that as well. Thank you. Thank you. I had introduced myself beforehand, but I just wanted to state something I had not mentioned beforehand. I studied at the National University for study veterinary sciences, and I began to study public health as well. And there was a group called the Biological Prevention Network, and it was led by a dentist and occupational health doctor. So no one really spoke about rural workers or farmers. So this was my first One Health approach, because although we were at the university, it included different realms of expertise, doctors, vets, and I think One Health means working together with others, not so much in technical aspects, but it's about building projects, communicating, looking at preventive measures. Then I went into zoonotic diseases, and my focus was also on looking at the root cause of zoonosis. And I think that the root cause is inequality. So in a country such as mine, Colombia, with large displaced population, individuals that are migrants, that don't have the same access to livelihood, conditions of livelihood as others, this led me to think that there was a sense of urgency in having to do something. So I prepared a project my thesis on zoonotic diseases among displaced persons. And as a result, I traveled to Italy to study to continue to research in depth on this topic. See, in Europe, at that point in time, there was a clear perspective of One Health because of the Ministry of Health in Italy, and the Ministry of Agriculture is kind of, we could say, a One Health approach in itself. So it was my experience, and I think that what's important here is to work out in the field. Perhaps this has to do with my farmer grandfather from Boyacá, really allowed me to gain a better perspective to rural life and understand what works within that context, a rural context. So I think that One Health has showed me is, well, different dynamics from dealing with a multidisciplinary panel. But I think my rural experience has also given me a different type of approach in how to deal with problems from the bottom up. Thank you. Thank you. I do like your comments, definitely. Makes tremendous sense. So perhaps we're going to follow in alphabetical order. So alphabetical order of your countries. So Canada's next. Miss Kathy Furness, if you could just share your perspective, just your experience and some activities.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Bonjour tout le monde. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this One Health panel discussion today for One Health in the Americas. So as mentioned, my name is Kathy Furness, and I'm the Deputy Chief Veterinary Officer for Canada with the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. The CFIA is dedicated to safeguarding animal and plant health, as well as food, and with the end goal of enhancing the health and well-being of Canada's people, our environment, and our economy. We're guided by science-based decision-making and modern regulations, and we work to ensure access to safe and healthy food in Canada. So a little bit about me. I graduated from the Ontario Veterinary College in around 2000, and this was at a time when the concept of One Health was just starting to garner some traction. And I had been very fortunate to have been taught by some of the Ontario Veterinary College's One Health thought leaders. However, my journey into One Health has really come in a bit of a roundabout way. I am a large animal internal medicine specialist boarded by the American College of Veterinary Internal Medicine, and I do have a special interest in emergency management for livestock, companion animals, and our communities. And so these interests have actually led me to opportunities within the provincial government in Ontario, where I acted as the Chief Veterinary Officer for the province, but as well supporting discussions for numerous activities in One Health, such as supporting the response to domestic animal rabies exposure, planning for high path AI, planning and preparing for and responding to SARS-CoV-2 in companion animals and farm mink, and also leading the formation of a One Health hub, which brought together our provincial One Health partners. Upon joining the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, it was a natural transition for me in the role to take over the role of the Office of the Chief Veterinarian One Health Champion. And in this role, I am very fortunate to work with like-minded professionals, both within the CFIA and with our federal counterparts in public health and environment, to foster that One Health approach through communication and network building, education, and awareness. Our ultimate goal here is to develop expertise and capacity to fully operationalize One Health so that we're in a much better position to influence policy and address complex issues. As we've heard today, we need innovative and effective solutions for the challenges that we're facing today and in the future, some of which are wicked and some of which just need our undivided attention. And so One Health can help us tackle these issues, our new threats and hazards by working together. Thank you.
Excelente, muchísimas gracias, bastante claro. Me complace identificar.
Thank you. We have another veterinarian with us that I identify as a very natural pathway towards One Health. Your expertise is definitely related to that. It makes a tremendous sense. And we're now going to Heather, our next speaker. Heather, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Heather Fowler. I'm a public health veterinarian from the United States. I was born and raised in New Jersey. I graduated from veterinary school at the University of Pennsylvania immediately after got a master's of public health from the Yale School of Public Health. And then really began my public health One Health journey. So like many of the veterinarians here, I also was really taken by the One Health approach and saw the role of the veterinarian as, you know, if anything, starting the conversation and bringing in other key stakeholders into that conversation. Immediately after graduating with my public health degree, I was looking for opportunities for or to apply the One Health approach. And so worked at the Minnesota Department of Health for 2 years in their zoonotic disease surveillance. So like many have mentioned, when we think One Health, I think the first thing that comes to mind are often infectious diseases, zoonotic diseases, especially antimicrobial use and resistance, those type of topics. But we know that it's a very broad topic and can cover, as Kathy mentioned, are very wicked problems as we think about animal agriculture, as we think of underrepresented rural communities, access to care, all of those things. And so really over the years have grown in that One Health approach, and excited to work here at the National Pork Board for the past 6 years. I started in 2017 after completing a PhD actually at the University of Washington in Seattle in occupational industrial hygiene. So even with my interest in One Health, I recognize that especially in veterinary care, animal care, we're dealing with One Health issues, right? It might be a micro environment when we think of that workplace environment, when I think about my farmers in barns and things like that. Their environment is also a shared animal living environment, and there's the risk of zoonotic disease transmission, there's an injury, illness risk, all of those things. So I really framed up my PhD work thinking about worker safety and health in a very One Health way. So I am a self-proclaimed One Health champion. I'm always excited to lean in and participate in these One Health conversations, excited to share some of the some examples from my work at the National Pork Board, representing the Americas, but really representing National Pork Board and pig farmers in the United States. And some of the issues as we think about maybe products that came from them, and you know, some of them are still a work in progress. I think, especially in my sector, One Health is, it's known, but it's not always, the term's not always used. To give you an example, when I started at the National Pork Board in 2017, we had essentially a word cloud on the wall. It was the strategic plan for the industry, and it said people, pigs, and planet. And I looked at my boss who had just hired me and I said, well, that's One Health. And he said, what? So it's not always, we may not always call it that, but I think farmers recognize those three aspects, human, animal, and environmental health, are integral to what they do every single day, though they may not always call it One Health. So I think we have lots of One Health champions here in the room, and we'll continue to spread that, that love and that interest in the One Health approach. And I really think it'll help us solve some of the world's global wicked problems.
Muchísimas gracias, doctora Fowler. Realmente muy interesante.
Thank you so much, Dr. Feltz, for your presentation. And it's truly important for us to be able to garner perspective from the private sector, from the role of the producer. So thank you for your invaluable comment. And regarding the Central American experience, I would like to invite my colleague Alejandra Diaz to introduce herself. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. My name is Alejandra Diaz. I am originally from Peru, and I'm an expert in food technology. I have an MA in that. And the One Health focus with regard to my experience has to do with successful experiences is that successful experiences occur when the public and private sector work together to face risk. When we work together and deal with risks faced by agriculture and use our different mechanisms to address them, either public policies, our expertise, our achievements are broader. So this means taking action internally, developing internal programs, and then being able to work with rural institutions, for example. We have rural programs that we work with different territories that we identify in the Americas. And these territorial action plans that we developed in certain pilot countries in Central America then were after those projects were developed, we added a One Health approach with regard to plant protection and working in harmony with nature. So furthermore, we also use these interconnections in our Central American territorial program called ICADER. This from 2020 to 2023. When we work with nature and well-being, we acknowledge directly that there is a need for more training and more skills in acknowledging this One Health approach. So public health, food security, animal health, this is all intertwined. So we also need to look at agri-food. We worked as a result with dairy farmers, and that's what we're elaborating now. We're working with the Central American Dairy Association and the Central American Agricultural Council. And this has led to, we could say, limited attainments in food security and food safety. But recently, we just published one achievement, and this had to do with best practices in milk production. But we feel that this is important because it not only addresses public health, it covers animal health as well. And we face the challenge of incorporating in a single document for the first time environmental aspects. So that is some sort of headway. And we acknowledge that if we act preventively, even in situations of non-epidemiological emergencies, droughts, floods, for example, we can have a broader effect when we deal with resilient communities and make our communities where livestock farming takes place much better prepared and resilient. So Sacha Treyes, my colleague, is here with me. And what we wanted to do here at this meeting is just share lessons learned and what we've learned as a result from different meetings or a different funding, a search for funding, these efforts to be able to scale our efforts and have impact in agriculture. Thank you, Alejandra. In addition to Alejandra's broad experience in all areas of the program, will then share her experience with the Central American livestock farmers and different other regional programs that entail this One Health focus. Okay, Sacha. Good morning, I'm Sacha Treyes, and I'm a veterinarian. I work at ICA Costa Rica as a technical coordinator. As Natalia said, I've been working on One Health since I was in graduate school, and my thesis was on bioethics and transplant of animal tissue to human beings with the One Health focus, and I was hooked. So we at ICA support and promote agri-food systems through a risk-based focus on using a One Health focus as well. So we'll speak a bit more about that during our meeting, including the best practices model that we developed. But what's important is that at least something is being done incorporating these aspects into veterinary science. And as Alejandra said, we've worked on animal management during disasters, natural disasters, and Costa Rica has tremendous experience in this, but other experiences as well will be shared during the meeting. And also, we can also share our experience with raising awareness about One Health in different settings. Thank you, Sasha. Okay, we can tell with this great start that economic and social issues is something that motivates everyone and is, well, a part of, is definitely a great part of your expertise as well as your scientific expertise. Okay, so we're going to listen from our next speaker. Good morning. Let me just make sure that my presentation takes 2 minutes. I'm Armando Huet, and I am a graduate of my graduate universities. I studied in Venezuela, studied, and I attained my PhD at the Ohio State University, and addressed infectious diseases and molecular makeup thereof. And I worked as a professor in Venezuela for 14 years, and a large part of my work in academia was head of the infectious disease lab. And I quickly learned that if we wanted to study zoonotic diseases in animals, we had to go where the funding which was public human health or public health. So, as director of the lab, I certified our lab to be able to sample tissues, human tissue with zoonotic diseases and prevent their occurrence in Venezuela. So that is how we began working. Now, it wasn't called One Health back then, but it was something related to occupational health, since we're dealing with zoonotic diseases and human beings. In 2004, the Ohio State University, where I am now, contacted me because they wanted to create a public health veterinarian program that specifically was designed to train all types of experts, not only vets, but nurses, lawyers, pharmacists, social workers, all types of experts, and work on on an interface among animals and human beings, so that this could be addressed in all sort of organizations and multidisciplinary groups. So now it's one of the largest students in the United States, with more than 50 graduate students and 7 residents that study public veterinary health. And we are certified by the Preventive Medicine Veterinary Association. We work with different federal agencies on concepts that have to do with animal health and ranging to human health. We have former students that work with pediatrics and animal health. And since 2011, we've been working on One Health and ARM and AMR, pardon. And it's a great pleasure to state that we work with, I work with Erica Calderon, my partner in crime, we can say, on antimicrobial resistance. We've designed many plans for countries in Latin America, which is what I'm going to speak about today. But we also apply the One Health concept with our relationship with WOA through our skills training program for vets in Africa and Southeast Asia. And I am an international consultant with FAO, and we work on global action plans for AMR, and of course, national plans for management of use of antibiotics and resistance to them. Thank you so much, Armando, for your presentation. Dr. Huit is a great friend to ICA. He supports us always and has been with us for a long time now, and is a great partner for One Health and AMR. He's a partner to ICA that we are truly grateful for. Thank you so much for your support. We reached the end of our first round. This introductory round. And it really helped broaden our know-how and made us hungrier. But we're truly looking forward to hear much more about the fascinating topics you've all mentioned, and that we hope to go more in depth in later throughout the day, today and tomorrow. Okay, so the next step would be, okay, select one or two relevant experiences where you recently applied a One Health focus, and just state some details of these activities, a specific outcome or result, and the main lesson learned from that experience. So we have approximately 7 minutes per participant. And let me ask you, should we continue in the same alphabetical country order, or should we just be daring and start with volunteers? Okay, let's just continue as we did before. Dr. Guillen.
Well, let's see. Should I repeat the question? No, I don't think so. Thank you. Regarding experiences, the nearby experiences, the first one I mentioned, well, I guess we have the more consolidated concept regarding animal health. This is where the concept is the strongest. It is a bit more diluted in food safety, or at least in when what is done is not necessarily focused on as animal health, but we should think of plant health also. I believe about 10 to 1 veterinarians as compared to agronomists that are here. Having said this, Argentina started with a process, the most successful experiences in the eradication of the foot and mouth disease through the concept of One Health. We have worked with the foot and mouth diseases for 70, 80, 90 years and made no progress eliminating it or eradicating it until the vaccine was developed. And when we think that public-private sanitary entities were formed, where we have COPROSA, these are provincial animal health commissions. We have 24 provinces, each one with its own COPROSA. And we have entities, sanitary entities. Those are responsible for administrating the vaccination part. Well, vaccinations are paid by the producers, but in a centralized manner. The entities hire the persons in charge of vaccinations. These people go out to the field, vaccinate the animals. They check all the animals, and they give follow-up to the different provincial brucellosis projects to see how these are advancing and the possible problems. All that information is put up on the SENASA website. So SENASA in real time has a status of the vaccinated animals in Argentina. Dates are set, dates for vaccination, first, second vaccinations per year. Vaccination is not for all. For all the cattle stock, but there are animals that receive 2 vaccines and the smaller ones 1 per year. So there's a system, a public-private consolidated system that has been developed that has helped us develop 2 areas, one free of foot and mouth, and the other one that foot and mouth disease in the Patagonia. A very successful program. And when, as our Mexican friend was saying, the problem lies in, instead of greater interrelationship between the public sector, all the ministries and the provinces that follow up with the SDGs and Argentina's commitment regarding these goals as part of the whole process. What did we do at SENASA? Well, in Argentina, the budget process for the following year begins in April. Each area presents its budget for the following year. They participate in a discussion. This is a process that goes until August to cover the 2024 budget. Obviously, we never get what we ask for, but anyway, we know that story. So what we did this year, when we set out the political and strategic objectives of SENASA, is to comply with the SDGs from the vision of animal health and food safety, animal health and food safety, mandatorily. And when we started with meetings of all national directors through an interinstitutional committee that is in charge of SDGs at a national level. This is a practical way to start thinking. Every time we develop a program, how are we going to comply with it? How can we enforce it, put it into practice, or operationalize it? Otherwise, each multilateral organization, everybody comes and says and talks about their own objectives. No, we have to coordinate interinstitutional as well as internationally. If we do not think specifically of the main objective, but if we all start thinking of how to meet that goal, in turn complying with One Health and SDGs, it will be very difficult for within the countries for us to make all this connection among ministries and agencies. With this, I could speak more about this subject matter, but I believe we have to find practical ways in which to address this. I was mentioning what we talked about with our directors, for example, foot and mouth. SENASA is an indirect producer of liabilities in the foot and mouth vaccination control program. Why? Because we force vaccination. We tell entities they have to comply with whatever has in the replacement of syringes and everything, but we do not control that. We really do not know if they comply. So we are forcing the development of liabilities. We do not create these, but the system does. So we have to bring this concept into the program. The program needs to have a section to say how they can meet the One Health objectives, to conceptualize this issue. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to move forward. I still have 55 seconds. Well, anyway, the effort will be to break away with our own mental barriers, our own, to come with a more global vision. Otherwise, it will be a spectacular workshop. We will propose a bunch of things, what to do when we go back to our countries, and we go back and work in our little own compartments. That is all for the time being. Thank you, Doctor. I have a question before we move to the next experience regarding the SDGs and the work done to define the budgets. Do you have any comment on any possible linkage or articulation with the environment sector in Argentina? You mentioned interagency coordination and all of that. Okay. The interinstitutional committee covers the highest political level. We have the heads of cabinet of ministers, and from there they do the follow-up. Each ministry, and within each secretary, each agency or secretary has to comply with certain goals. And they have to report their compliance, what they have done. So then with that, they can verify who is in compliance, who does not, who is more or less, who is delayed, etc., etc. So we are all there, environment included. Nevertheless, we have started to discuss with the environment people a series of actions. This is going to create a lot of discussion later. As long as we sit down at a table to sit with the with the environmental side, they say agrochemicals, yes, agrochemicals. Now, we're not going to get anywhere. That is not the discussion. The discussion has to take another route where amongst us all we can find a way to comply. One Health is the planet's health. We should not think of this as long as we do not think of this as planet health, we're going to continue thinking compartmentalized. So we need to work forward thinking about this. Perhaps generate a concept that is productive for the environment, that does not put the productive sector as the bad guy killing soils and people and birds. and the solution is, okay, do not apply any agrochemical. No, we have to break away with that vision. And it will be if we break that, it will be very difficult for the agricultural areas to move forward. Very good point, by the way. Perhaps we should not talk about agrochemicals, yes or no, but instead how. Or to listen to the next experience, I would invite Kathy Furness to explain Canada's experience in this. Do I need to repeat the question, or do you think it is still there front of mind?
It's still front of mind. Thank you.
Okay.
So there are numerous examples throughout the history of the CFIA where One Health thinking has been adopted and applied to address a problem. Recent examples, of course, are high path AI, SARS-CoV-2, tuberculosis, but these are all examples of reactive scenarios where the event occurred and it necessitated a One Health approach to effectively address the outbreak or the situation. So what I'd like to share today is our aim to take that One Health approach and put it in a preventive action framework or lens, so that we're better prepared and we have better planning and preparedness as a government. So within the CFIA, we are very fortunate to have significant technical expertise in various facets of One Health, everything from epidemiology, risk assessment, communication, disease expertise, emergency management, and other fields. But our challenge is that that knowledge is spread between divisions. And so just like all large organizations, we do have a tendency to function in silos. We stay within our comfort zone and don't tend to think outside of that box. So to support and coordinate the approach to One Health within the agency, we have convened a One Health standing group of experts. And this group draws upon expertise in One Health from across our agency. And so right now we're in the very early stages of this One Health standing group of experts. And we're creating our network across our 3 primary business lines within the CFIA, including food safety, animal health, and plant health. This network will be leveraged to enhance our capacity, our One Health capacity, create One Health tools that enable CFIA employees to think and work in a One Health way. It will also be an opportunity for us to have that holistic input and collaboration and approach to One Health activities within the agency, but also ensuring that we have a consistent and coherent One Health vision. Some of the, do you want me to go into some of the outputs and the recommendations now?
Yes, please. No, recommendations, maybe not, but lessons learned.
Lessons learned, right. So I think many of the lessons learned were mentioned by the previous panelists in the morning session. Some of the really key lessons learned from my perspective and experience has been the fact that when we come into a One Health problem-solving opportunity, that we all come with our inherent biases. We come with the bias to our expertise. So for me, the first thing that I jump to is animal health and zoonotic disease. And I tend to think of all problems in that manner, and I don't stop and take that deep breath and grab that inclusivity of what about plant health? What about ecosystem health? How do the social sciences fit into the discussion? And so this has been one of the challenges that actually just came up with our One Health standing group of experts, where we had been engaging our group, and one of our colleagues from plants said, well, is plants also included in the discussion? And for me, that was a moment when I said, oh, okay, Kathy, your biases are starting to creep back in. So that to me was one of my large lessons learned or significant lessons learned. As well, the other lessons learned that I would share is that when we come into a One Health problem-solving activity, it's really important to come in without your mandate front and center. Come in without and leave your ego at the door, similar to what we say in emergency management, right? Your check your ego at the door. And in doing so, I think that this gives us the opportunity to think outside our comfort zone, come up with a goal-oriented solution. And then once we have that kind of path, that framework in place, then we can start to apply our tools. And for me, our tools include things like our mandates, like our legislative authorities. And once we have all those applied, then we can fill in those gaps, working together across public health, environmental health, and animal health.
Perfecto, excelente.
So I think those are my biggest lessons learned to share today.
Muchísimas gracias, excelente.
Thank you very much. Excellent. We can see here avoiding biases and breaking away with these mental barriers and a definition of concrete goals and objectives. Ooh, very interesting discussion. We have a series of people that are working concretely on this subject matter. Thank you very much, Doctor. Well, let us continue in alphabetical order. I would like to invite Natalia to share part of her experience with us. Well, I will focus on the experience of what we have learned with our students and with the people that we have been working with over the last few years at the University of La Salle. La Salle is a university very focused on rural development, on supporting rural communities in Colombia particularly. We have a project that precisely is called Utopia, because it seeks to train students that have been people that left the armed conflict and their possibility to study a career was very limited. So we give them a scholarship for their new career to strengthen, to work on the areas of agronomy. That is the context of where I work, and there's great sensitivity towards support given to these communities. Evidently, I worked on gender because for some time now, I had been wondering whether there was a direct connection between historical oppression towards women and the oppression and domination of man over of men over women and nature, and the destruction of nature and oppression to women. That sort of got me to thinking whether there's just a connection there. The dynamics of power that exist in our society, and if they somehow affect the fact that we may be losing water, rivers, mountains, because the interests of multinational agencies are more important than protecting the health of children and of animals and of what serves as food for others. So that started to strike me, and I found a methodology called Rural Women's Empowerment Index in agriculture that had been applied in Africa in 2013. And as a pedagogical exercise, I asked my students to apply that survey among women they knew of that were involved in working in the rural sector, and that could be making cheese, or that had their little family plot, just enough to be a rural woman who we received this responses from the students. The exercise we did to learn what they had found, that methodology itself included assessing the gender gaps, whether women have access to land, if women have access to autonomous decision-making, handling the resources on their plot or farm or property, if they have decision-making power over expenses or income, and what that relationship is like with income. And the fourth dimension is whether they have the ability to the leadership skills, if they can speak out in public easily, or if they are members of voluntary groups or that do community work. And the fifth dimension is time use, the balance between off time and work time. So it was very interesting, and what we realized with the students that interviewed women, they met these criteria. There were many women that had land, that had resources, very few, in fact, maybe 10% of these that interviewed did have access. So we began to see that regarding SDGs, because that was more or less when the SDGs came out, we realized that to reach SDG 5 empowerment of women and girls ensured leveraging other processes in the SDGs. It was sort of a requirement so that there was better health and well-being at home to reduce poverty, et cetera, et cetera. We saw that women, for example, had left their territories and had begun some startups or women's organizations to help other women. So there was a sort of different development when there were women that did have access to autonomy in decision making and access to resources and information. So we started to take that evidence to see how these women were promoters of these SDGs. When did we start connecting this to One Health? Well, when we interviewed indigenous women that worked, and in my country, at least those are the ones that experience the biggest gaps, the women with least education or limited education, limited access to technology. So there are social rules in their communities that may create these stereotypes that they only have certain functions and that prevent them from participating in political activities in their communities, for example. So that was a lesson learned. And we started to capitalize this through One Health, how we could integrate these two views. It was like wearing two different glasses, the gender-focused glasses, the rights and opportunities and roles of women, how they are different in producing food products, sometimes unfair, because the work burden of caring for children and the care economy has, and how the results we had in human and animal health and ecosystem management was much better when women had that vision of autonomy and that change in mindset. They sort of had broken away from these structures of having to rely on others, and that generated other structures in favor of their families and other people in the communities. So for the last 3 years, more or less, we have been bringing together the One Health and gender approach. And to my surprise, this year, just this last June, when the panel met the last time, I presented this as a good practice to implement One Health. So if we invest in rural women, if we invest resources in training and care, if we invest in women, rural women's well-being, definitely we will benefit the entire society. And that was very interesting to see that there are no methodological tools to measure the gender analysis through the One Health approach. So we identified this gap. So with several women in the panel and other networks I am part of, we will start to develop that methodology, how to connect both. And the output would be to identify then that gap and seek resources to, in different contexts, in different countries, generate that sort of evidence. That is our hypothesis, the more gender equality. Well, and the other very positive thing of the output is that after working with students, I have a PhD doctor. She works in the Colombian Amazon region. She is involved in cattle raising, and she is part of a program called Cero Caqueta, basically in reserves in favor of zero deforestation to fight against climate change. And what we would do is implement an action to generate skills for better gender dynamics in those communities and connect that throughout the value chain. We will evaluate how gender equality directly influences the quality of milk, of dairy products. The better the gender equality, the better quality of milk, but at the same time, it improves the value chain, decision making, the possibility of reaching markets and opening further markets. This isn't an area I do not live in. This is the Amazon region, but we want to see the impact of women having better conditions, not only the quality of the milk, but in the entire value chain, the impact on producers and consumers. And we'll tell you about the outcome later, but we're on our way. Thank you. Thank you once again. Fascinating. Particularly for those that are here that do not necessarily have to think in greater detail on these matters. I am very interested to hear about these lessons learned. We could conclude among lessons learned that by improving the Women's Empowerment Index, we can better comply with SDGs and therefore a better environmental conservation. Can we conclude that now? Well, we have already seen it in many exercises and experiences in several communities, but we have not yet measured it. That is what I would like to do. I am obsessed with generating that evidence because I'm fully convinced that that is so. We have seen this in many case studies and experiences, but we would like to take the conversation to a different level through scientific evidence. Wonderful, wonderful. We can intervene in One Health by empowering women. Very good. Dr. Fowler, go ahead.
So in the industry in the United States, first I should point out that the swine industry is a global industry. So we are always learning from our partners around the world as we say, prepare for ASF, as we look at how other countries are preparing, how they're responding. I think that's a great example, even though ASF isn't a zoonotic disease. And again, a lot of times when we think One Health, we think zoonoses, all the pieces are there, right? There's the human health factor, maybe not in a disease perspective, but the mental health impact of an outbreak, whether a foreign animal disease or a domestic disease, really can impact the farmers, the farm workers. These are individuals that come to work every single day, and their job is to care for animals and to raise animals. And if they're not being successful, they will take it internally on them, right? Whether we're talking a fallback pig that's just not catching up or what have you, or an infectious disease that is causing mortality and morbidity in the farm, we know that it can and it does impact the workers. So as we think about ASF and preparing for ASF, that's one great example of kind of the human health piece, right? And also the kind of the global and national impacts on the economy, and from the individual all the way up to kind of the national level. Also from the environment and the animal piece, right? The animal piece is clear with an infectious disease, but we're also thinking of how do you protect the herd overall for barns that are not affected. And then the environment piece is we think about the animals that either do succumb to their infection or in foreign animal diseases, knowing that the response is different as we look to prevent the spread, and often we'll implement kind of cull strategies, thinking of carcass disposal, right? Are we going to burn, bury, compost? What does that look like as we think about the soil and soil quality? And how do we, how can we be thoughtful of the environmental impacts of that now? Again, learning from different countries, how they've been responding, the science around what works, what doesn't work. And at the same time, as we're thinking about that environment, thinking about that virus and how it might survive, whether we're talking high path AI, ASF, a lot of those questions may still be either unknown or looking for different strategies that might be more environmentally friendly. So that's just one example in the swine industry as we think about One Health and how we might apply the One Health approach. The other example is kind of goes back to our main principles in the nation or in the U.S. For the National Pork Board. And in general, we are a consumer focused but producer led, which means we're really we're producing a product, right, that we want our consumers, the general public, to consume or to eat. Or consider at least putting it on their plate, right? But we're also producer led. So the farmers and the nation make the decisions, help drive our priorities, objectives, etc. And so we recognize kind of with that dynamic that we need to think about the consumer, but also keep our producer informed and follow the lead of our producer as they point out the direction we should go. And so in the early 2000s, we actually created the We Care ethical principles. It's our foundation within the industry that leads and describes ethical swine production in the United States. And there are 6 principles. I've written them down because I always like get to 5 and forget the 6. But food safety, public health, community, environment, animal welfare or animal well-being, and our people, which was historically worker safety, but we've over the years recognized that as we think about the people that work in our barns, our farmers, our farm workers, folks throughout the industry, that it should be more than just kind of, are they safe and healthy? We need to think about job opportunities, job satisfaction, those types of things. So really make sure that we're uplifting the people that work in our industry. Those 6 principles, hopefully you can see how they map back to that One Health framework. So the our people, public health, food safety, the community, to human health, animal well-being, to animal health, and then environmental health to the environmental health aspect of that One Health framework. So I mentioned before, in the swine industry, we really frame it up as people, pigs, and planet. So working in a One Health way every single day. Now, recently, we've in the past couple of years, we've recognized, and a lot of people have been mentioning the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs. I appreciated the call out in the first round about needing those sustainable business goals as well, because when we're thinking about production, right, there's a business goal as well. And we've been working to marry those and share our sustainability efforts with our consumer. Again, in general, being consumer focused, we know that the consumer wants to know more about animal ag and wants us to explore different opportunities to protect the environment, animal well-being, etc. And we recognize that we first need to level set. We need to start to measure, monitor, and report the work that we're already doing. We've already been working in this One Health way, driven by the We Care ethical principles. Let's share that out, share that with the consumers, with our partners in academia, etc., our global partners, federal partners, get feedback along the way, and that'll help us continuously improve in a One Health way as we drive towards a sustainable goal. So I think for the swine industry, again, we have those kind of infectious disease examples through ASF and other infectious diseases that we deal with every day in the swine industry, but we also are focused on achieving a sustainable goal when we do that through ethical One Health framed practices.
Gracias, excelente, doctora Fowler.
Thank you, Dr. Fowler. Excellent response. I have a question. Now, is there any sort of structured support or incentives to help your members easily implement the We Can Act Foundation?
Yeah, so in terms of the We Care ethical principles have been in place since the early 2000s, and it's actually built into our Pork Quality Assurance Plus program, or the PQA Plus program. That's the flagship program within the swine industry. Anyone and everyone in the industry, if I have an intern work with me for 2 weeks, they will have gone through that program. It is a requirement, it is a voluntary program, but the buy-in is so strong that everyone within the industry is part of that. We also know that our packers and processors often require a certification in that PQA Plus program of the producers that sell to them. So we don't have a requirement from the pork board perspectives, but others might actually uphold that program and make it a requirement to convert that product. And so with that said, our producers are already kind of grounded in that. And what we're doing now, that effort, again, a producer-led organization, was really driven by our producers. Our producers said, hey, how do we take credit, essentially, for the work that we're already doing? And we said, you have to collect data. So that work then turns on us, to the National Pork Board and the Pork Board employees, to build a system that meets our producers where they are, whether using pen and paper, if they're more tech savvy, et cetera, to pull in those metrics. So we're really trying to make sure that every single producer can participate if they so choose. We know that they're collecting that data in some way, shape, or form, whether it's tied to an audit, they have the certification, they have proof of their certification, all those different items and programs provide some data in and of itself. There will still be some work on the producers, but finding ways, whether partnering with other vendors or groups, to get that buy-in. But again, to your point, the kind of business aspect of it, that return on investment, we don't want it to be too laborious on our producers so that they turn around and say, this is not kind of worth our time. They recognize how important it is, but we also need to make sure that it's easy and efficient for them to enter that data, and then establish that cadence of entering it regularly and annually, because then we can slowly start to change those pen and paper practices to more actionable data collection methods.
Perfecto, muy bien. Gracias por la clarificación. Centroamérica.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor. Okay, Sacha and Alejandra, how would you like to proceed? Well, much of what we want to say is to be said together. At ICA, we've worked in a multidisciplinary fashion with experts from different fields, different countries as well, which also leads to differentiated purviews. Now, I would like to just give the floor to Alejandra by stating our experience in Guatemala with leadership by the Galileo University in Guatemala. We began a One Health program with international cooperation from JZ, and this program worked on training land skills. What we trained 150 people in 15 Petén municipalities, and we trained them in these were managers, middle men and women. So the idea was to address sanitary issues in on site. For example, we worked with grassroots associations, with producer associations or chambers, organized associations, as well as the public sector. So this allowed that different plans, we facilitated interaction among these stakeholders, basically looking at a common objective, which was addressing public health diseases. So it was an interesting experiment, we could say, given the fact that this area of Petén is very important to livestock production in Guatemala. Now, as part of this project, and this was led by academia, was learning about One Health at these sessions, as Dr. Fowler mentioned, which wasn't only on a political level, which was also taken with different decision makers, politicians, but academia and different municipalities. And we were able to draw on many experiences. For example, being able to link animal health and animal well-being indicators and link that to our project, or violence against animals, and linking those indicators with communities. It's very, very incipient, but the idea is to link animal well-being with communities, human and mental health experts. That wasn't heard of before, but being able to address this in an interrelated fashion in a rural area really is groundbreaking. And for example, horses that are carriage-drawn horses, horse and carriages that are used for tourism purposes. We have to see how that impacts human health, animal well-being, and ultimately and the tourism industry in Guatemala. So I think it's definitely a pioneering effort in Guatemala. Now in Costa Rica, we dealt with risk management, and we addressed best agricultural practices with pineapple. Pineapple production in Costa Rica is associated to stable flies or barn flies. So we met with different producers, livestock organizations, and other because we're dealing with this type of fly that impacted, well, many of these sectors. So at the end, the Pineapple Growers Association, the Ministry of the Environment, the Ministry of Agriculture, and Health all participated. So the stable fly was linked with pineapple growers, with private sector, with many other stakeholders. And this was presented as an interinstitutional project that is ultimately based on best practices. So I think it was an interesting experience. So although the document that we drew up was a pineapple document, it involved a manual as to how to address stable fly management practices. So I'm going to ask my colleague to speak about risk management and animals dealing with disasters. So this was the case study. What a case study in Costa Rica was looked at and was used to present our case in 2019 at the United Nations. It was selected together with Core Animal Protection and ICA, and it was published in the Global Report for 2019. So animals in how to deal with your animals in the case of disasters. So, and presented in Cartagena. So a regional platform was established where ministries of agriculture, emergency preparedness organizations in Central America participated. And we worked in an interinstitutional fashion where we looked at managing animals in the case of natural disasters and considering, as Alejandra said, that non-epidemiological disasters such as natural disasters, let's say, which many times are not natural but are called natural, can lead to public health issues. So it was important to address this. So these publications are readily available in ICA's platform, and it's available in 3 languages. Thank you so much, Sacha. Okay, I saw that someone mentioned a certification of best practices for animal health. Is there a certification dealing with that initiative that you mentioned? Not really. In Guatemala, it's more about training individuals, on-site training in One Health, and just raising general awareness, marrying, let's say, the issue of human health, animal health, with a public-private sector focus to make it easier to mainstream into municipal policies. Now, obviously, the Ministry of Agriculture uses this as a sort of assessment or evidence of best practices within that sector. In Costa Rica, it's part of its structural policies, but the National Emergency Commission in Costa Rica has a commission that's specialized now in animals in disasters. Okay, we could tell that transformational force that these types of efforts entail, that One Health can, how One Health can transcend to impact others. Okay, let me just add on what Sasha mentioned. The training manuals in Guatemala, for example, are based on a publication. It's called it's a very rudimentary book. We call it Coquito, which is kind of at a very basic level. And the idea is just to raise initial awareness on this. Now, the publication that we developed, it's called a training manual, Convergence Between Public Health, Animal Health, and the Environment in Rural Communities and Territories. We published this in 2010. Nevertheless, we didn't call it One Health. We called it One Health in One World. And this was preceded by internal analysis as part of our HFS program, which also includes food quality and rural territorial development. That program at ICA. So the idea was to incorporate municipalities, local cooperation organizations, because we were never able to reach them well. For example, we had one project where seedlings, where citrus were given to communities, where swines were given. We could call these populist measures, but the idea was to foster food health or food security. And what we wanted was to help community development. But we're also encouraging backyard farming, we could say, but not necessarily with the required biosafety measures. But when emergencies arise, the result, it's harder to eradicate or sacrifice animals to eradicate the disease. So this was part of that response, was finding a way at ICA how we could impact beyond just helping communities to develop their territories by giving them piglets or chicklets, but being able to address in an interdisciplinary manner, focus on the overall importance of animal health, public health, and the environment as a result of this first initial project that we had. So the idea was just so what we did was train ourselves in international, we could say, vocabulary, know-how, and try to apply that to Guatemala. Because this also requires a measure of adaptation, as we have been addressing. So we basically asked ourselves, how can we impact these individuals, these associations, and how can we attain tangible results so that they can even get their own funding to make this important? And how can they deem this important for them, this One Health approach? So we started working with Lenguacho in Honduras, a small municipality. And we used this pilot with them. And we found that the different multi-sectorial commissions at a local level, all of this actually worked. It was either minimally established or we're not reinventing the wheel. That's what we realized. So we had to identify stakeholders that involve the mayor, the priest, the local priest, and if there is a preacher, the police, the women's group, the social women's club, or whoever has some sort of leadership role, the youth ministry, and start working with them. So when we initially entered a territory and we've made headway, remember that we're looking at this program, this problem in a comprehensive fashion. Communities tend to look at their problems in a comprehensive fashion. And for some reason, we as experts never look at problems in a comprehensive fashion. So we could learn from these rural communities. Because if a problem affects a community, we see that comprehensive approach. They have to tolerate the Ministry of Health who visits them to inspect their herds, for example. And then the Ministry of Agriculture comes to do the same. And then another ministry will come, the Environmental Ministry will come and see if their industry is affecting the environment. So what we are seeing is already an intrinsic linkage of efforts. And many times efforts are, resources are wasted because we see a duplication of efforts. So we have to try to remember, we many times reinvent the wheel when communities have been doing this for some time now. So on the one hand, we see that coffee, beans are basic food basket, fruit, vegetables that individuals consume themselves. Rural tourism are other issues that we addressed with the One Health focus. But what tourists can go back from a visit to a farm when they just they can learn from individuals who are perhaps eating. We have to work with tourists. We have to work with food security. We have to work with cafeterias. We don't want rural tourists to get sick from. So we worked with Lourdes Medina, Sacha from Honduras, and we prepared a document dividing it into 3 topics. And the idea is to address these different integrated form of management of pests, of food security measures. And it's a great challenge because it's not only about publishing a scientific document, it's about making it readable in lay terms. Because how can we train individuals on AMR with scientific terms? We have to be able to reach communities. We can go further in depth into this later on. Thank you. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm and your relaying this successful experience in Central America. Thank you. You had a comment, right, Alejandra? No. I do agree with what is being said. Argentina has we say a public division of powers. We separate province, municipality, and the federal government. So many times nobody knows what they have to do when a program arises, and they want to resolve it kind of by magic. But it doesn't matter if the rural government resolves the problem and the municipal government doesn't. So yeah, I do agree completely. We reinvent the wheel all the time by saturating communities with information. We go back home happy because the problem is addressed. We ignore the gender issue, other issues, and we kind of wash our hands. And communities, as a result, grow tired of us because they feel that all we do is talk and we don't really resolve things in a holistic manner. And now we're being forced to do that. I truly loved what you said because it's really what you see when you go out into the field, when we go and perform inspections, for example. Okay, so it's a clear difficulty in practical terms that we tend to see very frequently. Dr. Armando? Okay, let me just I want to stay within my 2 minutes, so I'm just going to set my alarm. The interpreter apologizes. I can't, it's impossible to hear the speaker. He seems to be very far away. The interpreter cannot continue because the audio is unintelligible.
Cáncer mamario o prostático en el caso de los hombres, trasplantes de riñones, de hígados, de otros órganos o cirugías cardíacas. Estoy seguro que, como no estoy allá, pero la mayoría de las personas levantarían la mano y dirían que más de uno de esos procesos modernos médicos hoy en día han sido utilizados por ustedes o personas cercanas a ustedes. ¿Cuál es el problema? Que un tercio de estos procedimientos prácticamente mágicos el día de hoy, que nos alargan la vida y la calidad, están siendo afectadas por la resistencia.
The quality is being impacted by antimicrobial resistance. So many microorganisms associated with modern processes suffer a crossover between animals and human beings. So if we want to protect our antibiotics and protect these modern procedures, these marvelous procedures of modern medicine, we must act from a One Health perspective. So for the past 12 years, the Ohio State University, together with ICA, established a hemispheric strategy to be able to curb progress and emergence of AMR throughout the hemisphere. So to answer the question about successful activities in fighting against AMR, a complex problem, we embarked on this strategy using a methodology that's been used in different regions throughout the hemisphere to attempt to determine those countries that take AMR into account in their surveillance systems. So this is done together in association with different ministries of health, agriculture, representatives of the private sector, producers, farmers, pharmaceutical companies, as well as the food industry. OIRSA, CBP, and other regional organizations, as well as a tripartite. So we determined that one of the vast problems suffered by countries was the actual design, review, and implementation of their surveillance plans through the AMR chain. So based on the success stories that we've had in the past few years, has been designing a systematization process where we can actually go to the countries. And it's a 16-step process where we allow countries to develop their surveillance programs in Brazil, Chile, Colombia, an AMR resistant plan, an AMR plan or surveillance plan, and see the weak spots or areas that need to be addressed with regard to their AMR surveillance systems. So it's been a successful program where we've applied in one out of every 3 countries in Latin America, where 160 million people benefit as a result by the work that these countries have executed in their surveillance systems. So this is a success story, I believe. In the next few years, we will be including other countries in Central America and the Caribbean and other areas of Latin America that did not have the opportunity to benefit from this systematized design of their antimicrobial chain surveillance system. So to answer the second part of your question, the second example is that our countries are now garnering results with regard to their surveillance systems. So the question is, how do we now design an intervention plan to be able to manage AMR once it's been identified? So we designed a methodology called Focus Forward. It allows us to go out to the countries and apply it from a One Health purview, where not only the public sector is involved, the Ministry of Health, that is, but the Ministry of Health, the Environment, and the Ministry of Planning, for example, the individuals that deal with the money. They're at the management side saying what's possible and what is not. All of these sectors are represented, as well as the different sectors and academia. So we include universities because they are an important source of support for surveillance systems. Or when we actually conduct the implementation, they are of great help. So this is an example of a systematized process that is integrated, where different participants that have to work together are in the same place to be able to manage and curb AMR. And at the hour of designing interventions, we're able to use this One Health approach in doing that. So countries that have been able to cooperate, production systems, public-private partnerships, the public health ministry, all of the different stakeholders involved in this process are the countries that have been most successful in understanding where they stand with regard to AMR and the next steps they must take to be able to reach the management and control level of AMR. So a question posed by the moderator is, have we learned from these procedures? Yes, we can speak about that later on, but I summarize it in a positive light. Those that have been able to coordinate and participate in this program, they understand that these processes are simple but very scalable, and these are the countries that have had the greatest progress. Those countries that have been able to structurally organize themselves and formalize the work of Dr. Calderon throughout these years, and help the ministries by putting in writing what is expected of each of these organizations with regard to surveillance, have been the most successful countries. And they definitely serve as models for other countries to help resolve the issue in their countries. Negatively speaking, well, we've seen structural deficiencies that impede ministries or public-private organizations to truly work as a team. And as a result, we see incomplete surveillance systems that are disintegrated, and that doesn't help reduce risk among the population or reduce risk within our animal production systems. We've also perceived how different personalities of individuals have positive or negative impact, great champions that move these processes in their countries, but also negative leaderships that are detrimental to the population, where these systems have not been leveraged to be able to consider that human side when dealing with problems in a One Health perspective, these weaker problems mentioned by the presenters. Thank you.
Okay, we were in line with our conclusion. Thank you, Doctor. Okay. With this, we end this topic on lessons learned, and with this, let us move to recommendations. I would like to ask each one of you to perhaps present 3 maximum recommendations, maximum 2 minutes total per panelist. Be time efficient, hopefully, so that we can hear some questions from the audience or from yourselves, so that we can have time for our conclusions. Dr. Kiana, Dr. Adriana. I have about 9 written down. Oh, well, I will try to summarize. Well, first of all, we have talked a lot about interinstitutional coordination, so no need to elaborate on that. Regarding agronomy and plant health, one of my first recommendations would be to go back to work on the economic risk threshold to apply our products. We started in the 1970s with that in hand, with total agrochemicals in the hand of developing glyphosate resistant seeds or AGMs that we started to handle this with treating populations of insects or diseases, thinking of total eradication. So that practice we studied back then in the mid last century. We were worked on developing the economic damage threshold and then come to a decision. Now, how many I don't know, caterpillars will there be on a given plant? No, we have to lower a bit the pressure on that. Now, something else I wrote down and that has not been mentioned, well, anyway, there is a recommendation for multilateral organizations, regulation organizations that Diego Quiroga mentioned earlier regarding the incorporation of this issue of healthcare, health globally, plant, animal, or human, in such a way that international regulations can address or regulate international trade, including this approach. Clearly, let me say something. Let us go to foot and mouth once again, which is a recurring issue. Ever since I was born, there's been a foot and mouth disease in Argentina, and I was born 64 years ago, quite a few. Argentina is free of foot and mouth disease in the areas of vaccination. However, we, for the last 8 years, have been working to bring something into the code for foot and mouth. And we never find the right time to treat this so that the buying countries consider that the beef is the same, whether it comes from a vaccination-free or vaccinated areas. So we are still selling to some countries or groups of countries that is beef that is ripened as if had foot and mouth disease. And these are things that multilateral entities have to examine because their recommendations and regulations trickle down to the different countries that way. And let me see what else I have here. Oh, yes. One thing I would repeat, Natalia said so. On 2 occasions, she mentioned equality. I would say that what we have to talk about, not talk about equal opportunities, we should talk about equality and opportunities. That is, the groups, the most vulnerable groups that are least developed, cannot start a race against those that have everything in favor right from the beginning to reach a given endpoint. So what they pose is very interesting. Youth in vulnerable areas that receive scholarships to study, otherwise they would not be able to study. So I believe there is a very important effort to make in this area. One Health, I believe, can be the driver for all this type of thing. There are many other things I had written down, but that have already been mentioned in our discussions before, and I am sure we will continue with these in the afternoon or through some questions. But we have to think about it down those lines, because I insist, One Health is the planet's health, and the planet's health is the life of our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. So that is important enough for us to make a big effort. And one more thing. My experience says that when we are a state officer, and if you are hard-headed enough, stubborn enough, and you continue and insist on what you think it is right, then the state will change. So those of us that are that are convinced that One Health is the way out, we have to be stubborn, hard-headed, and apply this in whatever we do. Very good, very good. Thank you very much. Kathy, your 3 conclusions.
Thank you. So as I was pulling this, my thoughts together for this panel discussion today, the top 3 recommendations that really resonated with me included the fact that we need to take that pause for internal reflection. We need that time and space to reflect on the problem, reflect what we're bringing to the table. And so when we rush into problem solving, or we don't take that opportunity to build our networks and to establish those relationships, we automatically slip back into what we're comfortable with, which is our bias or our bias expertise. So the first recommendation would be to make sure we're taking that time for that internal reflection. The second recommendation that I would put forward would be it's important that we identify the ideal end state, or the ideal outcome at the beginning of the problem, so that we are avoiding issue-specific responses. But having said that, we also need to be able to be flexible and pivot and adapt as new information becomes available to us, as our perspectives evolve. And over time, we might need to bring in others to the conversation that we hadn't really anticipated would be part of it at the beginning. So we need to have that goal of that end state, but also be flexible and adaptable. And finally, the last recommendation that I have, if you build it, they will come. So sometimes we need to build the network from the ground up and demonstrate how our groups function to support One Health principles. We need to build on our small successes, showcase our positive outcomes, things like strengthen cross-organizational relationships, improve communication, and probably most importantly, that ability to fail forward. So these are all positive outcomes that I associate with working under the One Health principle. And definitely the recommendations that we look at the CFIA, in the CFIA, when we're functioning in our One Health roles and development. Thank you.
Excelente. Muchísimas gracias. Gracias por los desgraciados tiempos también.
Thank you for meeting your frame also. Very good comments. Thank you. Natalia, please. Well, the first recommendation would be to assess or consider the power dynamics that exist in a project, in a group, in a community. We have realized that not only positive power dynamics generate those changes and transformations, we should also realize when those dynamics are not that good, how to address those groups where there are certain patterns or where decision-making is really not equitable or horizontal or transparent, but instead very vertical. We should take that into account when we want to implement One Health, because we should also respect that. We have to transform or seek that transformation, but respecting the communities or the places or projects where we want to work on. And this we have learned through our project in Caqueta. Next, we have, well, to know that we want a paradigm shift through health. Well, a paradigm shift may focus more on gender equality. Short and clear, I believe I was. The third recommendation would be to not forget the social health determining factors: access to education, access to health, access to basic needs, drinking water, basic sanitation within whatever we do. Because not only do we have to know this is the starting point of One Health experience, but if that is not overcome, well, then very likely we will have to deal with that later. So we should prioritize where the social health determinants have not been fully achieved. Go back to the SDGs, the first 8 SDGs, in that order. Go back to that order. And more than going back is that we want to turn One Health into something very complex when it is really not that complex. It is much easier. Okay, we want to buy vaccines to contract, what have you, many health problems. Perhaps by having drinking water, we do not have to invest that much. Just build an aqueduct instead, or a water system. Okay, very clear, very clear.
Sure. So echoing what some of the what some of the other panelists have already said. I think we need to frame up some of these wicked problems as One Health problems and recognize, especially those ones that require a disciplinary approach, that they are probably One Health problems, and we need to think of them in that way. And to Dr. Fernandez's point, bring in the appropriate stakeholders and experts to help address it. And that means stepping aside, putting our biases aside, because we know that One Health, and we're kind of seeing it here, is, still very much veterinary led, and our human health colleagues, at least in the United States, aren't all as well aware of the concept. I feel like I was taught it in veterinary school. I go to the One Health conferences, but I don't always see my human health colleagues, my colleagues in environmental health. So I think there's some opportunity there. And for the folks here, invite a colleague. Hey, I think this would be of interest to you. Bring them along. This is how we create new One Health champions, and this is how we solve these complex issues that we're dealing with. Also, make sure that you're sharing your story. I think we learned that in the swine industry around our sustainability goals, that it's an opportunity for us to collect feedback, to visit with others. And then also, as we think about these conferences, you'll find me at every One Health conference. So look forward to seeing you guys in the future. But, step outside the box, right? I have a PhD in industrial hygiene. I've during COVID, actually, I went to an ACMED physician conference. It was virtual, right? But there's opportunities. ID Week, for instance, is a huge meeting in October in the United States with infectious disease specialists. They're talking about AMR. They're talking about antibiotic use in agriculture. We're not always in that conversation. So consider stepping outside the box there. And again, you can help spread the One Health story by going to some of these meetings and identifying new experts as you look for those problems, look to address those problems, to Dr. Fernandez's point. Thank you.
Perfecto. Sacha, por favor.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Thank you very much. Next. Okay, perhaps let me add to what Dr. Natalia said. One Health must be brought in is a driver of territorial development, facilitating interinstitutional work at the local level, which in my view is one of the points where it is easier to make this visible. A second part is that, in my view also, this matter has been worked on at the political or institutional level, and it is very ethereal. It really does not come down to concrete actions. And we need to make it visible among decision makers, but at the same time, this must trickle top down and bottom up in areas where this is important. And we must strengthen the dynamic role of international organizations as well as academia, not only generating specific tools. Well, we saw the cases today that we presented, as well as what Dr. Hart was saying, and also by generating innovation and other tools. We have heard about pesticides here. We have talked a lot about biological beds. The university had a lot of research to come out with these portable biological beds, but oftentimes that is seen more at the academic sector. But we should think of the role of the academia and cooperating agencies to make all these tools available, which could be very specific, but at the same time would make it easier to make changes and facilitate the integration of all these elements. Thank you very much. Alejandra, anything to add? Yes. Promoting the One Health approach or One Health world is because we have to make that paradigm shift, we ourselves, and have that interdependency mindset. Diana clearly said this, and I very much liked when she mentioned that it is not public health or animal health. No, it is the planet's health. So there's a big responsibility here. As inhabitants of this planet, we are the managers of its resources, and we are the beneficiaries of those resources. So that interdependent reality has to be reflected in public policies, in instruments, and in as much as possible, seeking better management of the risks that arise in agriculture. So we could not expect the best conditions. First, solve sanitation, then solve X or Y or Z, and then start with One Health. No, it is backwards. We have to bring in the approach as a necessary tool to solve these other issues. So this is an action that has to start now, hopefully yesterday. So we have to continue working on integrating instruments. Good practices cannot just be applied to mitigation or adaptation and on the environmental side. These have to be good practices for everyone. And in many cases, we must understand that a local action can have a bigger, broader impact. So we have to go into the territories and work with decision makers, but we have to create all this awareness. And in some cases, even though there are mechanisms or interinstitutionality underway, we need legal mechanisms also. And Costa Rica's experience that Sasha was talking about shows that, for example, we can activate an emergency fund that one could expect, well, okay, this is SENASA, so we'll only address emergency epidemics. But through the legal scaffolding as SENASA and the way they understand emergencies, they say they can activate their emergency fund for non-epidemic emergencies. So when there is an event, a flood, for example, I am not going to wait until the National Emergency Commission reacts because of a weather condition. I will have to wait until leptospirosis arrives, and I know that that will be the result of a flood, and I cannot wait to act until the disease arises or appears. SENASA has the powers. I remember with Dr. Roberto Navarro, we did some site visits on some farms to see how the animals were affected by a volcanic eruption, for example. So we have to see that action, that interdependency mindset, and generate the regulatory and legal mechanisms to foster that interaction. If we have integrating mechanisms, for example, as well as good practices, who monitors that? Who verifies that? Do not worry. There are mechanisms for joint verification, and that can be and carry out surveillance through the different institutions under their in areas under their purview, without transforming their structure or legal structure. Thank you. Thank you, Alejandra. Very good. Dr. Armando, next. This you will talk about this afternoon. I will give you 3 suggestions or recommendations to help with the discussion this afternoon. First of all, we have seen that the governments we work with, when they want to undertake this process, the One Health, in our case, antimicrobial resistance, they always ask us for help on how to develop those MOUs and agreements. So the first suggestion is, okay, discuss how to create protocols or procedures that will help step by step, will help the different governments to establish this type of collaboration or cooperation, and to bear in mind all the good practices we have mentioned today related to One Health, including private and public entities. That is the first recommendation. Give them a series of mechanisms for those procedures or protocols that will help them enter into that collaboration. Second suggestion: when discussing the creation of cooperation structures in the sense of One Health for any subject matter we have covered today, to not only consider the legal aspect of how the different public, private, academic, and research entities will be able to work together to address a given problem, but to also consider the human aspect. Oftentimes, those that prevent integrated management of One Health, how to handle the way to share success stories, reports, publications, how to minimize the impact of toxic or negative leadership that oftentimes where we see people with a lot of influence that end up basically destroying those groups and prevent them from working in an integrated manner in the long run. And the third suggestion or recommendation is that we have those countries that are more successful in implementing these programs, we have learned from the sense of, in the sense of One Health, is that when international organizations or donors or countries provide support or follow-up to the ad organization to go from theory into practice. Very commonly, they are trained, educated, they are given all the necessary materials. They just leave it up to them to move into implementation, and oftentimes many projects die in that process. So discuss a bit how to integrate within a proposal, a project or whatever, include that post-training and post-design as follow-up for implementation. As Dr. Urda said, how to implement One Health. Well, one of the best practices is to have that support after designing the operational plan. Thank you for the opportunity. I wish you great success for your work this afternoon. Okay, thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, we are once again behind schedule. I would suggest that we leave the questions of the audience perhaps for the afternoon or for the next group exercise. We will have the same panelists in these dynamics, and perhaps we can explore this further. So if this is agreeable, let us move to conclusions. Okay? Okay, I will highlight a few points that I consider resulted from the presentations. If I forget anything and you want to add, feel free. Okay, from the presentation of recommendations by Dr. Diana, I felt the presence of controlling diseases and that approach and look for total eradication of diseases, but seeking enzootic uniqueness in this area, and talk to multilateral organizations for them to review their guidelines and incorporate the One Health aspect with greater clarity. In what Natalia said regarding equity and equality, that was reflected in other comments also. Okay. And then there was, I don't know how to say this in Spanish. Oh, heavens. There was a request to be stubborn, hard-headed, and look for absolute commitment to One Health and its implementation. As to Kathy's recommendations, I was struck by defining ideal outcomes, but also being flexible at the same time in that search. Okay, set out a goal, the ideal outcome, but we must be flexible in that effort. And then if they build, they will come. That has to do with starting somewhere, a given point, as was reflected in other presentations. From Natalia's presentation, we have equity paradigm shift, perhaps gender equality may be the starting point, but not a search to directly intervene in One Health. I was struck by the importance of observing the power dynamics in the systems under evaluation, and that we should not forget the social health determining factors, and that this may make the One Health approach much more practical. And with Dr. Paller, well, we have the lessons learned and starting from a given point. And disseminate the One Health message to all our partners and stakeholders one way or another. As to the recommendations from Sasha and Alejandra, I was also struck by the incorporation of One Health in social work and social work dynamics and strengthening, I don't know the right term, the driving role of international organizations and academia. And the last recommendations, Dr. Hood, he urged to establish more detailed protocols step by step for the implementation of good One Health practices. That would be very helpful for our partners and stakeholders at all levels. Greater value to the human side also in the One Health approach, and leave theory and start out with practice. And that is in line with other recommendations we heard. Is there anything else? Yeah. Adriana, please. Okay, after listening to everything we said and your conclusions, once we identify the stakeholders, we should think of girls. Talking about One Health ever since grade school, elementary school, and high school. Because those that once they have absorbed that concept, then they will radiate it. When we think, well, these are citizens, no, we should not forget girls. Children are very important drivers of society. Thank you for this very important contribution. Anything else? Go ahead. Excuse me, no microphone. Oh, excuse me, Fernando Valici, Argentina. I am coordinator of the Animal Health Program at INTA. I would like to support what Diana Guillen was saying, a very positive experience. The University of Buenos Aires, a group of the School of Psychology and a group of the veterinary School of Veterinary at school working together in rural communities and with the needier populations, teaching children through games so that they could learn about One Health and all zoonotic diseases. That is very important, particularly because these are communities that have no access to drinking water or healthy food, milk, cheese, and beef, meat products. So this is another way to participate in this. Thank you for giving us such a nice example. Hopefully we could learn about that in some other time. Well, we have to wrap up for now. Finally. Okay, go ahead. All right. Good morning. Greetings, everyone. I am Marcelo Savaleva from Brazil. According to some authors, they say that when you enter into One Health, everything seems to be One Health. And then over time, and with experience, we begin to see that not everything is One Health. As the experience of our colleagues that are in the panel and their a very extensive curriculum, I would like to know what could not be considered One Health. Thank you. Well, I think that we are limited in time to address this question in detail now. Perhaps we can cover that this afternoon instead. Is that agreeable? Okay. Sorry, but not right now. Okay, I suggest we wrap up this session. I am sorry we were not efficient with time management before to allow for question and answer period now. That would be much more fruitful, but we will have a greater opportunity throughout the day. And before we go down to lunch, I would like to invite everyone to go to the CMAG to take the group photo. We will take the picture right now. This is day one before we forget. Jose, anything to add? Yes, thank you. An applause for all our panelists. Excellent. Well done today. Okay. With this, we end the morning session. And for those that met with us virtually, we thank you very much for your participation. We hope to see you once again tomorrow from 8:30 to 12. We hope we can count on your participation and contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As Horace has said, let us go for the group photo. Let us run because I believe it's starting to drizzle here in Costa Rica. And when that starts, it will be nonstop. So let us quick go down and then move off to lunch. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Horace.
Recording stopped.